Hello. Suprabhat, good morning, and a very warm welcome to all of you on this momentous day. It's a real pleasure welcoming you all on the behalf of the Ministry of Ayush on the occasion of the launch of long-awaited ICD-11 Traditional Medicine Chapter Module 2. We all are gathered here to witness the launch of this Module 2 of International Classification of Diseases for Country Implementation Preparation. Senior officers from WHO, senior officers from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare are here to grace the occasion. Ayush Secretary Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Joint Secretaries of the Ministry of Ayush, Director Generals of various research councils of Ayush, directors of many national level institutes of Ayush, advisors of various streams in the ministry. The cream of the Ayush intelligentsia and experts all are present here today. It's a very special day for Ayush sector, fruition of a long-drawn continuum of efforts of more than a decade perhaps. It was a collaborative effort of experts from more than 25 countries. Indeed, it was a mammoth task which today stands well accomplished. So, we are here to witness the launch of Module 2 of International Classification of Diseases, and this will include 3 systems of traditional medicines clubbed under Ayush. These are, as you all know very well, Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani systems. How important this is for not only Ayush, but the humanity at large, you experts know it much better than me. So, with this brief introduction, I would now like to request the dignitaries to be please seated on the dais. May I request Dr. Rodrigo Offrin, Dr. Robert Jacob, Secretary Ayush Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji, and Joint Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Kavita Garg ji, to please be seated on the dais. Our minister's flight is slightly delayed, so he will join shortly. So we'll begin with our program as scheduled. May I now request Dr. Zahir Saab, Director General, Central Council for Research in Unani Medicine, to please present bouquets to dignitaries. Zahir Saab, please present bouquet to Dr. Rodrigo. And I would request Dr. Rabinarayan Acharya, Director General of Central Council for Research in Ayurveda Sciences, to present bouquet to Robert Jacob, Dr. Robert Jacob. I also request Dr. Rudy Eggers to please join us on the dais, please. Welcome, sir. We had very interesting interaction yesterday with Dr. Rudy in the ministry. Please. May I request Zahir Saab please to present bouquet to Dr. Rudy. I would also request Rabinarayan ji to present bouquet to Secretary Ayush Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji. Kavita ji, Joint Secretary, our host, has said that she should not be presented the bouquet. So I would now request Kavita ji for her welcome address. Kavita ji.
Namaste everyone. Good morning to all of you. We, on behalf of Government of India, Ministry of Ayush, welcome all foreign dignitaries, representatives from WHO and our own officials from Ministry of Ayush, autonomous bodies and everyone. Here I want to have a special mention about efforts by WHO team led by Dr. Rodrigo here in country representative in India, Robert, Nanad, Stephen, Dua, Dr. Geeta जिन्होंने पहले earlier he was associated with this our instead of means Dua earlier Dr. Geeta was there. Everyone initiated this program, and today it is the culmination of this event where we are launching. So it is a great achievement for all of us. So a big clap to all of us for this moment. I also welcome Dr. Go from Malaysia, Dr. Arman from Iran, Dr. Akib Hussain from Bangladesh, Dr. Jos from Brazil, Dr. Kalpana from Mauritius, Dr. John from UK, Dr. Puneshwar from Nepal, Dr. Damika from Sri Lanka, and of course Dr. Rudolf Eger. He was always with us, and yesterday also we had a good time for us. Thank you all.
Thanks, Kavita ji. And now I would request Dr. Rodrigo Offrin, WHO representative to India, World Health Organization, for his opening remarks, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning, namaskar, namaste, everybody. It's very nice to see everybody also face to face. When we started this, we were doing a lot of virtual meetings. So good morning to our colleagues, Ministry of Ayush, who've been working with together for some time, experts from all over the world, colleagues from Ministry of Health, ladies and gentlemen. I think today is a culmination of many things, but it is also a beginning. It is coming together of national policy and global policy. When we look at the national health policy of India 2017, the term medical pluralism was introduced. And there, it re-emphasized the need to integrate Ayush, other traditional complementary and integrative medicine practices in the National Health Program or the National Health Mission. At the same time, it is a testament of really putting something concrete into the Declaration of the Alma-Ata, as well as the Astana Declaration recently, where the provision of primary health care required the tapping into traditional knowledge and traditional medicine. I think it is also the launch of action. Today is also a launch of action. All of us were together in all of us were together. Sorry, they're loading something. A surprise. Okay. We were all together at Gandhinagar for the first Global Traditional Medicine Summit. And in that event, all of you were there. The summit had a declaration which highlighted the advancement of policies that promote standardized traditional complementary integrative medicine documentation, including through expanded and accelerated use of WHO International Classification Disease System, or ICD-11, to enable integration of evidence and data collection on TCIM, traditional complementary integrative medicine, in a standardized way within routine health information systems. That was core to that declaration, and here we are today with something concrete. So that's a big round of applause to everybody who has been involved, bringing traditional medicine into the realm of standardized practice. I think this piece of the module 2 for ICD-11, is a fundamental and critical foundation for us to be true to this idea of integrating traditional medicine and practices. Why? Because the chapter is actually a list of diagnostic categories to collect and report on traditional medicine conditions in a standardized international comparable manner. Because all around the world we have very different types of traditional medicine, but probably follow certain specific principles. So this is a standardized way. It also provides a means for doing research and evaluation, which sometimes very difficult for traditional medicine because the paradigms of research are very Western in that sense. Maybe there are other paradigms, but you will not be able to do that if we are not comparable to begin with. That's why it's fundamental and critical. It's used only for optional dual coding in the morbidity data collection. It is not used for mortality use case. So that's also very clear. These are for conditions. It's looking at a comparable manner for traditional medicine conditions and diagnostics. So what does the inclusion of a traditional medicine chapter in ICD-11 enable? I think that's something we need to tell other people, other practitioners, especially our colleagues in the allopathic or Western medicine group. One is a link of traditional medicine practices with global norms and standard development. So to develop standards, we have to be speaking the same language. It is a challenge, and that's why it took a lot of discussions and a lot of experts for us to come together today. Better integration of traditional medicine diagnostic data in adverse event reporting. Insurance coverage. We have colleagues from NHA also involved in this because ICD is the language used. And reimbursement systems. Counting of traditional medicine health service encounters and measure their form, frequency, effectiveness, safety, quality outcomes, and cost nationally and internationally. What is that? If we don't classify it the same way, then we will be just doing it in invisibility. international comparability of practice, research, and reporting of morbidity in traditional medicine. And of course, lastly, what's important in this ICD is that it is fully digital. Digitization of traditional medicine diagnostic data makes it easier for integration in electronic health records. And I think these are huge, this is a huge step for us to be able to do all of these points that link traditional medicine with the rest of healthcare as we know it. So again, congratulations to everyone. Welcome again to all the delegates. My thanks to our WHO team of experts from Geneva, from the regional office, from our country office, and of course, the collaboration with our experts from Ayush, Ministry of Ayush. Thank you very much, and let's learn more today and how to implement this further. Thank you. Namaskar. बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद.
बहुत धन्यवाद, Dr. Rodrigo. Thanks a lot. And now I would like to request Dr. Saket, OSD Ayush Grid, and the person who has been instrumental from India side, from Ayush Ministry for this day, what has been done and accomplished. So he has been quite instrumental in that. So I would like to request him to please read out the message of Dr. Poonam Khetrapal, Regional Director, CRO Office. Dr. Saket.
Respected dignitaries, I'm honored to read out the message sent by Dr. Poonam Khetrapal Madam, Regional Director, CRO. Madam could not make it to the event, but she has gracefully blessed us with this message. I will read it. Dear Ms. Garg, this refers to copy of your letter, 19 December 2023, informing the Ministry of Ayush collaboration with WHO headquarters, organizing launch of the ICD-11 Module 2 chapter covering Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani systems of medicine version for country implementation preparation on 10th January 2024. I am certain that this version will help the member states to prepare themselves to implement it in their own countries effectively. I would like to take this opportunity of conveying our heartfelt congratulations and wishing the event a grand success. Warm regards. So that's a message from Madam. A big round of applause from Madam's side. It's very encouraging for us to get the message of CRO Madam. And we also have Dr. Pawan Godatswasar from CRO with us, carrying the presence of CRO here. Thank you very much. Namaste. Thank you.
Thanks, Saketji. As I informed earlier, our Minister, Dr. Mujpara's flight is slightly delayed. So we will continue with the technical session. And for this, I would like to request Dr. Samira Asma, Assistant Director General, WHO, for his address. Saketji? Virtual address? Yes. So this address, this note is on innovative tool for counting traditional medicine encounters. I would request Ayush Secretary Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji for his keynote address, which is on WHO ICD TM2 development, the journey and way forward. Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji.
Dear friends on the dais, Dr. Rodrigo, Dr. Robert, Dr. Rudy Eger, Mrs. Kavita Garg, dear colleagues came from different part of the world, WHO colleagues, officers from the ministry, the leaders, the directors of our national institutes, research councils, the chairman of national commissions, advisors, actually all of the top leadership of traditional medicine in India, WHO and different countries are here, and I am happy to receive all of you. Thank you so much for coming this morning. I also want to mention that we have presence of Director of National Institute of Health Intelligence, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Welcome you all. We all are assembled here for the launching of this WHO ICD TM2 development and then its morbidity records publication. This is a big day. What I want to mention here in my keynote is the journey of this TM2, when we started and how we reach here. You will be happy to know that this is a journey, a marathon journey, and I must compliment Dr. Robert, his team, Ninad, and our team and the different country participation in record time, in around little bit more than, around less than 4 years, I would say, because we are in January, so 4 years has not completed, and this has become possible, in less than 4 years. It's very remarkable journey, and everybody contributed. So in 11th February, we have signed this donor agreement with WHO, and then it started. The background work for the development of this module has been ongoing since 2010. You can see that. And then from 2002-10, there was a terminology effort, there was a development of standardized terminology of Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and with the participation of different institutes, national institutes of Government of India. And in 2017, there is an interesting and very important event happened at the launch of, during the launch of All India Institute of Ayurveda, the inaugural of All India Institute of Ayurveda by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi. He also has inaugurated the launch of this Namaste portal, and that's a big landmark because Namaste portal was one of the key development in this at the national level, which was further taken forward through a rigorous process of international consultative processes as well as vigorous various stages such as pre-alpha, alpha and the beta draft, and finally the field testing at the international level through the ICD FIT platform. I was also part of this exercise as I have visited during the discussion of the alpha draft finalization in Malaysia, and Dr. Go is here. She has received all of us, and this is a very democratic and very big process, and all of the different countries have participated. The results of the international field testing were clearly positive, which have now led to the release of the module here today. the final draft of this module, which is being released today, has a total of 529 codes divided into 18 chapters and has two types of terminologies or top level blocks, one being the traditional medicine disorder and the other being the traditional medicine patterns. So this is the kind of structure of this publication. The value proposition of this module is very interesting, that the inclusion of Ayush systems in ICD-11 brings out a sea change in the way data on Ayush systems will be collected globally. We all are excited. It will allow specific counting of Ayush services globally in a framework which enables use of Ayush terminologies. This will pave way to the further standardization of terminologies and their usage for various purposes such as processing of insurance claims, for treatment using these systems, for use in research publications, for registration of clinical trials and various other diverse uses such as pharmacovigilance programs. Use cases. So there is a linkage of this Namaste portal and linkage for present and future with international platform. There is a huge possibility. We all know that such knowledge platforms are very dynamic and there are lot of opportunities to explore. So elaborating on the various use cases of TM2 or how this TM2 module will be further used, as far as the India perspective is concerned, it is to state that this module can be used for statistical purposes, for clinical decision support system, for usage in health insurance, as well as can be integrated into the various programs of the Government of India such as Ayushman Bharat, National Ayush Mission, National Health Mission, etc. As well as this module will also be useful for the different countries where the regulation in Ayush systems are being envisaged. I would like to mention that as long as 30 countries across the globe has formally recognized the Ayush systems, one of the Ayush systems, Ayurveda or Siddha or Unani, and in these 30 countries, the traditional medicine recognition, hand-holding by the governments and support by WHO is very much visible. So this TM2 module will also contribute to the further development into these systems globally as well. This National Ayush Morbidity and Standardized Terminology, may I request to go, yes. The National Ayush Morbidity and Standardized Terminology electronic portal, we call it Namaste portal, which was launched in the year 2017, is currently utilized for the use of National Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani morbidity codes in sync with ICD-10 for counting reason for encounter, RFE, from various Ayush facilities. Further, the portal paved the way for the development of TM-based standards under the aegis of international agencies such as WHO, ISO. The standardized terminologies and morbidity codes made available on this portal has a lot of scope for cross-linking of various other initiatives, both government and private. The portal has also recently been integrated with this ICD coding tool of ICD-11. When we talk about the AHMIS, may I have the next? AHMIS, Government of India has developed this Ayush-based hospital management information system, and this development is very unique because outcome during the course of the treatment. So that's very unique, and it is also having alignment with National Digital Health Mission, and this solution is available in the sandbox. So the private players also can integrate with this solution and create their own solution for the development of traditional medicine solutions, electronic health records into their own system. So this is very important and is the major initiative of the Ministry of Ayush apart from the Namaste portal, which is being utilized in almost all major Ayush institutions under the Government of India across the country. It is fully integrated with Namaste portal morbidity codes, and now since this launch is being happened today, it will also taken on board this ICD-11 TM2 module, and it will use this. I would like to mention that India, Government of India has this National Ayush Mission and other National Ayush Mission across the country. We work with this National Health Mission. The country representative of WHO has also mentioned that India has this in National Health Policy 2017, the medical pluralism is expressly mentioned. The another policy directive is that Ayush systems and traditional medicines, including homeopathy, because homeopathy is not considered traditional medicine, but it is a part of Ayush, should be mainstreamed in public health delivery system. So this is the policy directive. So we are also visualizing that this AHMIS should be taken into the public health delivery system. As of now, it is being used in national institutes and hospitals under Government of India, Ministry of Ayush. But we will be using it in near future for across the country for all these facilities, including 12,500 health and wellness centers under Ayush based health and wellness center. Now we call it Ayushman Arogya Mandir. Is a temple of Arogya, temple of health. That is a new nomenclature given recently. So it is important because these entry level facilities are seeing huge number of patients. Like I would like to cite an example that in 2022, from 1st December 22 to 31st December 22, these centers, which is not fully 12,500 is not fully still operational. In 2010-22, 8,000 odd centers were operational, and they have seen 84 million patients, 8.47 crore, so 84.7 million patients. In 2023, these centers have seen roughly more than 100 million patients, all entry level and catering 3,000 to 5,000 population at each center. So it's huge. Similarly, these AHMIS were standardized based on around 100 million patients. So India is fortunate to have numbers. We are 1.335 billion people. So we have numbers, and because of these huge databases, these solutions came out very, very robust. That is what I wanted to convey. I also want to mention that these entry level centers, we have ventured into the accreditation by third party. Like we have this system of NABH is a third party accreditation system by Quality Council of India. NABH is National Accreditation of Board of Hospitals, and this NABH entry level certification are already achieved in thousands of such centers, and we are hoping that by the end of 24, all of these 12,000 health and wellness centers will have NABH accreditation. That is very, very huge and never happened in government health system anywhere across the globe. So this is very new, and I am happy to inform that this initiative has actually, started paying off, because this accreditation brings in lot of quality in the service delivery and make the team, the people working there sensitized about the qualitative aspect of service delivery at entry level. So that's very huge, and thank you so much. I was expecting that I will have some applause, but I think I was not able to convey properly. Thank you. The further implementation, use of morbidity codes in the national health insurance schemes such as Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, PMJY. This scheme is actually catering 2/3 of the population of the country. Is 50 crore or 50 million household, not 50 million, 500 million household or families are covered, and it is catering almost 2/3 of the population of India. Is a free insurance scheme which covers up to the 5 lakh rupee, 500,000 rupee per year for a family. So into this scheme now we are at the final stage of incorporating 174 packages of traditional medicine insurance coverages, and it's at the final stage. So this is the right time of having this launching of TM2 module, because it will help us to standardize these packages and having effective implementation of these packages into the public health delivery system. Also, we have Insurance Regulatory Authority of India, IRDA, and we are talking with them. They already in India, there are more than 69 packages available from 41 insurance companies for traditional medicine, and we are working with them to get these modalities included into their system so that they also can incorporate and use this science-based morbidity code implementation and its use in insurance coverages across the country. The another area is training and capacity building. Like there is a need to further strengthen the implementation by sensitization, by training, especially to medical students and young graduates, medical coding and paramedical practitioners, insurance sector, etc. I am happy to mention that we have the chairman of both the commissions, regulatory commissions, National Commission of Indian Medicine and National Commission of Homeopathy. They are participating in this event, and they are working to create a course, an elective for TM2 module into the undergraduate course of homeopathy, Ayurveda, Unani and Siddha. So this is also happening. It's already in pipeline and they will launch it soon. They were waiting to get this formally launched so that they can start this course. Tools for capacity building. Already existing portals such as Namaste portal, AHMIS portal, ICD-11 online training module, etc. in collaboration with various other stakeholders such as Ministry of Health, Government of India, Ministry of Electronic and various other government and private agencies. We are looking for their help and collaborations and partnership. I would like to mention here about the Government of India's initiative on Ayush Grid. So Ayush Grid is an effort of creating digital solutions for everything related to Ayush. So we are working in this area since 5 years, more than 5 years, and already we have launched 22 such solutions. These solutions including AHMIS or M Yoga application for WHO or Y-Break, Yoga Break application like 5-minute yoga at workplace, Namaste portal, and so on. There are so many such other applications which is like Ayush Next portal or a learning management system for our students is like education lifestyle management. So many such initiatives we have taken, and I am happy to inform the learned audience that recently this AHMIS, this Ayush Grid is now being taken care of by BISAG N. BISAG is a Government of India agency under Ministry of Electronics and Program Implementation, is a very premier agency. Just to mention how big they are, that they have developed this Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti platform. This like integrated platform for all developments, what is happening across the country, and this is a very dynamic platform. It's made by them. So last week only, I personally went to Gandhinagar to sign MOU with them, and they have taken over all our Ayush Grid activities, and they have committed that they will furnish, they will accomplish and complete all the projects under Ayush Grid in within 1 year. So that's also a very good development. I think my best wishes for future implementation and working together across the globe. A Ministry of Ayush commits, because our WHO colleagues are here, we Government of India, we want to commit all wholehearted support, full support for development of any area of traditional medicine, because Dr. Rudy Eggers is also here, who is looking after the traditional medicine unit at the headquarter. So please receive our support and our commitment, for wholehearted contribution, partnership to WHO and to all member countries wherever it is required. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. So now Dr. Samira Asma has joined, so I would request that her keynote address we can listen to. Dr. Samira Asma, Assistant Director General, DDI, WHO. So, keynote address is on ICD-11 TM Chapter, Module 2, an innovation tool for counting traditional medicine and count. Welcome. Audio. So you'll have to unmute, I think, Dr. Samira.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, clear.
Thank you very, very much. And congratulations to everyone, and a very good morning to all. This is truly an important milestone, and it is truly an honor to address such an esteemed company, and I want to extend my warm welcome. I understand that the Honorable Minister will join us shortly, but Dr. Kotesha, thank you so much for your leadership, and the Ministry of Ayush and the Government of India. Respected Excellencies and representatives from the member states, and our very steadfast stakeholders and partners, and also my colleagues from WHO Country Office and the Southeast Asia Regional Office. On behalf of WHO, we are truly grateful to the Government of India and the Ministry of Ayush for your foresight in fostering this international collaboration in traditional medicine, leading to its conclusion in the ICD-11, International Classification of Diseases. Today, we really mark a pivotal milestone. I remember it was just about 2.5 to 3 years ago when we embarked on the journey to incorporate traditional medicine into ICD-11. And 3 years later, we have demonstrated, thanks to your efforts, this pioneering milestone that truly integrates the old traditional yet and very important wisdom from Ayurveda, Unani, and Siddha into an international classification of diseases and global health framework. Reflecting on the Alma Ata Declaration that was 46 years ago, when it mentioned in its declaration to have traditional medicine as a cornerstone of primary health care. 46 years later and today, we truly have an international standard of traditional medicine. It's not only a simple launch of a module or a chapter. This truly is a technological innovation as well as knowledge representation. And this was not an easy task, truly. Imagine taking so many different streams and completing it into a comprehensive list. And you mentioned earlier about the innovations in digital technology and using that computerized index, paving the way for a global and unified understanding of traditional medicine. Besides the technological innovations, there is quality assurance embedded in this module because of the rigorous contributions from experts and deep peer review that has led to robust and highest standards of quality for traditional medicine module. So it really passes the litmus test of rigor and scientific precision. And this was not possible without international collaboration. And we see in the room 15 countries representing. So this is not just a one country or a handful of countries that believe, initiated and presented the options of traditional medicine, but now presenting this science to the world by integrating it in the WHO Family of International Classification of Diseases. And this is going to be a part of the health systems. And I just heard you mentioning the success and the progress India has made in advancing universal health coverage through primary health care. You mentioned about 12,500 health centers. And just imagine that truly the spirit of health for all, or leaving no one behind, and providing a menu of options for healthcare that is truly standardized and improves the health as well as protect the health of the populations and communities. So looking forward, this is truly not a culmination of a project that was started a few years ago, but I think this is a journey forward to implementing this module in health information systems globally. And WHO, my colleagues, Robert, Nenad, who've worked tirelessly, and thanks to your collaboration, without which we would not have reached this milestone. And we, on behalf of Dr. Tedros and the entire WHO family, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Government of India and the Ministry of Ayush for your unwavering commitment, and to all the experts in the room and not in the room who have truly dedicated and has been the driving force behind this historic achievement. You also mentioned that the work is not completed. We ought to really invest in building the capacity, and we did make a commitment to implement ICD-11 in all our member states. So this is truly a historic milestone, and there is a lot of work ahead of us. So I would like to conclude by thanking everyone for your commitment and for joining us today for this momentous occasion, and look forward to what the future holds for us. Ultimate test is for the communities and people to receive the care that they deserve, and the responsibility that we have to offer the best care possible to our populations to whom we have made the commitment. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity, and look forward to the outcomes of this meeting. Thank you again.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Samira. And I would request Secretary Ayush, Rajesh Koteja ji, for his brief comments again.
Dr. Samira, I again came because I just wanted to thank you immensely, and wanted to compliment for your remarks. Actually, I also want to request you to convey our sincere thanks and gratitude to the DG because of WHO's decision to establish a global traditional medicine center in India. And also we have recently this global summit of traditional medicine at Gandhinagar, Gujarat, and you may also have observed that there is a Gujarat declaration by all the member states, and this ICD-TM module is also in alignment with this TM2 module, and those developments are worth appreciating by WHO. So from Government of India, we sincerely convey our gratitude, and please convey our regards to the DG WHO. Thank you.
I certainly will pass. Thank you very much.
As mentioned earlier, that it was a long journey. So it would be nice if we listen to what this journey was. So I request Dr. Saket to briefly say something about this long drawn journey.
Thank you very much, sir. There's a purpose of introducing this particular journey, because this in itself is a case study, as it's observed by our esteemed keynote speakers, Rajesh Kotecha sir and Samira madam. So bringing heterogeneous systems on one platform and convincing and gaining the trust and confidence, and then starting the work in itself was a sort of very interesting case in itself. And I would like to fondly remember our dynamic leader, our earlier Joint Secretary Ranjit Kumarji, who has actually played a pivotal role, and Dr. Geeta is sitting quietly there, but they were the people who were instrumental in really breaking the ice. And after that, the WHO team came in and they guided us. And I also would like to fondly remember Mr. Kenji Watanabe from Japan, very nice gentleman, and who is the TMRG chairman from WHO, who has handhold us. I mean, in 2016 onwards, he is the one who has actually encouraged us to take up this, and he helped us understand the nuances of it, how to work and how to gain the confidence. And he could not make it to this event, but I'm duty bound to remember these people here. And also the idea of sort of coming up with editorial guild was a very creative idea by Ranjit ji, and Secretary sir has assented that gracefully. So we were sort of, it's a lean team, it's not a very big team, but we were given this task to first of all understand the systems, and I'm thankful to all the DGs, previous and current DGs, for facilitating us. And I can't take names of everybody right away, but I'll try to do that at the end of completing this narrative. So initially we started with familiarization session way back in 2021, but before that I also would like to tell you that in the same hall in the month of February 2020, we had a very big summit called ICOS Datos, where the Delhi Declaration was and where this commitment to develop the traditional medicine module 2 was done. Nenad was there, Robert was there, and many ambassadors and from different countries, 18 countries participated in this same hall. So it's a serendipity. I'm very happy to come back here and do the launch here. It's a great nostalgic and a very impressive moment for all of us. So I'll quickly read out this to make you understand what went through this thing. As I said, it's a use case, it's a case study in itself, worth emulating for other areas also. So it started with familiarization session on TM2 module development with Unani, Siddha and Ayurveda grouping logic. We have taken Namaste portal terminologies as our base, and we started try to understand how we can develop a grouping logic. That was a very basic step. And Mr. Stefan Espinoza is here, our consultant, quietly sitting there. This guy is there throughout the journey. All the hard work and sort of making understand the nuances are credited to him. So then, yes. So we have done the frequency analysis. Thanks to the initiative, we are very indebted to our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who has launched Namaste portal in 2017. And after that, we could do the field implementation within our national institutes and our hospitals in the research councils, and some state government institutes who have come on board. So with that, we had base data of understanding this reason for encounter, what kind of diseases are in top 10 list, which are frequently diagnosed or say opted by the physicians for the choice as the diagnosis. That frequency analysis helped us to sort of bring a limited set of codable entities so that we can move forward from there. Next, what we have done is we have put initially into a 24 high level structure, all of them. Then we have and also I would like to go on record to say that we had a model in front of us, thanks to TM module 1. I think that was really helpful for us to understand, and that basic branching of patterns and disorders. We took that model and we tried to see whether we can fit into the TM2 scheme of affairs. So then we have started developing the alpha module. So where the first work was to take care of the system neutral technical terms. So here the real the dialogue started. So 3 systems speak different languages. For example, Ayurveda speaks Sanskrit, and Unani in Arabic, Persian, and Urdu, and Tamil, Siddha in Tamil. I mean, in spite of this, we could sit and see where we can neutralize and come up with a common simple English neutral term. So that's where we started progressing. And then we also have listed the non-English terms and also which are not translatable terms, so that we can preserve the uniqueness of each system. It's not that we have translated everything in blanket. That's not possible, and that's not desirable also, because we are dealing with a very old, age-old traditional medical systems here. Then we have selected the key terms, and then we have listed supportive categories, and 3 weeks of rigorous work was attempted from 11 to 29 July in 2022. So that summer was harsh for us, but it was productive. So we were locked up literally in our councils, council committee rooms, and Stephen was there throughout. So we could sit and come up with the first alpha draft with that rigorous exercise. So what we have done is combination of diagnostic categories from the 3 systems, Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani, to maximize coherence and synergies along with decision on recommendations from the translation and linguistic analysis. By the time WHO has given this draft for linguistic analysis, and we had the inputs from them there also. And we have minimized as many non-English terms as possible, and the outcome is that 1800 diagnostic categories grouped under 12 diagnostic categories and 7 patterns with 331 multi-system disorders and 343 patterns were shortlisted during that particular rigorous session. And then we have improved upon the TM2 alpha draft taxonomy, and initially the list was 2706 categories, but with this rigor exercise we could reduce it to 1780, so meaning 1835 disorders and 343 patterns. And in September 2022, the alpha draft was released with 1800 diagnostic categories grouped under 12 diagnostic categories and 7 patterns. And there was a review meeting on the alpha draft at Kuala Lumpur from 16 to 18 November. So the draft was discussed in detail. Secretary sir was also there during that meeting under the leadership. So we could complete the alpha draft review, and we came back and reworked on that, whatever the suggestions were made on that. So then the TM2 draft was developed based on that. So in 2023, again a year later, in June we met from 26th to 30th June at CCRS headquarters. This was really an intriguing exercise, because by the time we had all the inputs in place, and our job was to cut it to the size which can fit into the bigger acumen of ICD-11, which itself is a huge repository of knowledge. So what we have done during beta draft preparation is, so the editorial review meeting held from so and so. So we have enhanced the structure and content of the ICD TM2 module beta draft, and agreement on standard template and set of case summaries to be included in a common multi-country repository. So this was our task. So we had to collect the case sheets from OPDs and IPDs. So come up with a summary of the diagnosis, then a single line diagnosis, so that we can share it with different countries and check whether it is comprehensible and codable or not. That task was done. And we have discussed, there was a discussion to identify a set of case summaries for double coding to use in the upcoming international field testing. This was also a very good model, which is a creative model, I must report. So here we have tried to code with the Western medicine diagnosis as well as traditional medicine diagnosis, along with that a pattern also. I think that really summarizes how we can integrate the systems in a very democratic way and not losing the scientific documentation spirit behind it. So that was a very unique model. Probably we are going to emulate that in future when we actually start coding. And so we have about 20 disease conditions were identified based on the frequency, and then we have shared these documents with WHO for further sharing with member countries for testing. And at Gandhinagar, when we had this global summit, we had a pre-summit on 15th and 16th August, and Robert and Ninad were there during that time. So that was also a rigorous exercise. So we have reviewed all the beta draft, and we have prepared it a sort of complete field testing level of preparation we have made during that time. And we also discussed about routine health information systems, how we are going to utilize this TM module. So it was sort of pre-planning for this launch event. And a penultimate to this event, so we have met in Kandy, Sri Lanka. Dr. Dhammika is here. We have the fond memories of great host, what they have played there. So we had comfortably sat there and sort of re-looked at the entire beta version and all the observations we had from the field study, and we could finally come back, and last 20-25 days was very grueling. So we had to implement all those decisions and come up with this particular draft. And with that, so we are all here, and we also could do a little paperback on that. So we are waiting for Honorable Minister to come and unwrap that so that we can have the formal launch. So with that, so we are all here, and my sincere thanks to all the leaders and all the colleagues. I'm standing here on the shoulders of giants, so I must acknowledge that. So with their due diligent support, we are all here and we are able to complete the work successfully. That was the journey of TM2 module, WHO chapter 26. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you, sir.
Before going for coffee break, I just want to mention 3-4 names I forgot earlier. Dr. Kajibara Waki is there from WHO GCTM Jamnagar. She is stationed here. So I welcome her also on behalf of our ministry. And our additional secretary and financial advisor, he is also supporting us in all financial matters. With respect to donor agreement and everything, means just a couple of files. There is no back references related to these type of files. So I acknowledge and appreciate sir on behalf of Secretary, Ministry of Ayush. And I also want to mention our principal consultant PK Pathak sir, who was earlier heading IC section, and donor agreement was signed under his leadership. Besides PN Ranjit Kumar, I also want to acknowledge efforts of Leena Chatre. Leena is also here. These four people, Saket, Leena, PK Pathak sir and PN Ranjit Kumar, they started this project under able leadership of Secretary Ayush. Thank you. So we can break for coffee and then ministers join. We will assemble over here. Thank you.
there. Please join us for the next session here. Morning, sir. पूछ लो इनसे जिनका जिनका करो
सर मैं पॉइंटर भी बोल दिया
हाँ वही मैं
बोल दिया मैंने बोल दिया 2 बार बोल दिया।
हाँ वही पॉइंटर सर दे देंगे जो भी सर जो भी आएगा उनको पॉइंटर एक बार वो कर दीजिएगा जैसे वो खुद अपने हिसाब से चला।
एक जना यहीं आप रुक जाओ ना
नहीं सर वहाँ से कोऑर्डिनेट करना है।
पॉइंटर कहाँ से दे
ये रहा पॉइंटर बस उनको देना है
हाथ में ना
हाँ हाँ
पूछ लीजिए Thank you all for joining us again. So we'll begin in just 2 minutes. Let us begin the technical session. Hope you had a nice coffee break. May I now request Dr. Robert Jacob. He is the team lead terminology and classification division in the WHO headquarters, and he is going to present the TM2 module in ICD-11. Please, sir.
Well, thank you very much, dear colleagues. Welcome back from the coffee or tea break, or just cookie break or water break. Let's now start and break the ice also on the work that we have been doing jointly here. So I added this picture on the front part of this ICD-11 module, Traditional Medicine 2, to symbolize a little bit the handshake between the different types of traditional medicine. Thank you. But Stefan, who is our skillful colleague in this area, was saying, well, but we are modern now. Why do you people put there in traditional clothing? And I saying, well, there is no shame of having your traditional clothing as long as your mind continues to move ahead and you use the technology to your best use. So I decided to keep this picture there. Thank you. Now, if we think about the traditional medicine, chapter 26 in ICD-11, what does it essentially mean? Some of you will remember this picture that was shown also in the context of traditional medicine center also in Gandhinagar, where we were saying, well, what is it that we're doing in this area? And if you look at this traditional medicine module 2, as well as also the module 1, it does all these things that we want to do in traditional medicine enabling. So it shows the realm of traditional medicine diagnosis in the area of work that is close to your heart. It ensures that there is leadership in health information, because ICD is a global standard, so it's available everywhere, you can access it everywhere. It informs all these information systems, be it universal health coverage, health systems, public health care, and many others that we know. It provides evidence, the thing that we always want nowadays. Give us evidence, give us statistical evidence about impact, about frequency, about outcomes, about potential for improvements. It informs regulatory frameworks. It is an innovative thing. Innovation is such a fashionable word nowadays. I think humanity has been innovating since the first human was stepping around in the world. Otherwise, you wouldn't sit here in a building, but we will sit down somewhere in the grass and collect some grains. So innovation is not new, but it's a new fashion. So we have innovation, the digital part. We have then the legal frameworks linked to it, resource management linked to it. And finally, we are at the core of data collection, data framing, and information communication. And I was thinking whether I should remove the biodiversity, but we don't need to remove it there, because with the information, with this categorized information, we can see why maybe different subpopulations have different frequency of diseases diagnosed in traditional medicine. Of course, routine health information systems always have a certain level of precision, where you see if you find a signal, something is not as you would expect it, you will certainly make a study, but at least it allows the continuous monitoring information. And the other thing is, what this also means with the traditional medicine section that we are releasing, that we have the participation by people, the people here in the room and outside the rooms that worked on this section, as well as the people outside that are being treated, that can see this online, that eventually can see also diagnosis and talk with others, even if they are not experts. Now, looking at the content, I think we have heard bits and pieces. So I took here the structure that we have of the ICD-11, where you see essentially in blue the things that are codable. We call this in our internal slang above the shoreline, and the things that are yellow that are still disease entities, but where you say they are not individual codable in the categories. There are other ways of accessing them, but they are still as entities in the system because they may be relevant in some contexts. They have their own definitions and their own synonyms that we call below the shoreline. And I heard that in the most recent discussion, Stefan, what was it? There was even some joking, who's under the shoreline, who's underground, who's hidden, who's visible. It doesn't matter. ICD makes sure everybody counts. And we have this structure with about 60 blocks with this 500 something categories. And then if you include the yellow ones that are below the shoreline, we are at 1,700. But this whole thing is complemented by the terms. And why do we have these terms there? Because not everybody is using our preferred language. And we heard earlier, some may be well versed in using Sanskrit, others are just using English, others are using other terms, but they all mean something. Well, I hesitate to say the same, but nearly the same, or sufficiently the same, so that you can count them together for this matter of purposes, as I said, research, management, and so on. Now, the ICD has one other feature that will be helpful in the context of this ICD coding, as well as when we maybe later have the discussion regarding interventions, to add detail that may be not primarily necessary for the core use case, but provides additional information, where with post-coordination we can add details. And in Western medicine, we, for example, have details like severity added, or details like a special body part added. And similarly, we can think whether this would be expansion of the next steps of work in this area as well. Now, what is it that we have? So I normally hesitate to put screenshots, but I think in that case the best is, and that was the experience of the meeting also in Sri Lanka, if you really see it's real, it's there, it's in the browser. And you see here the whole of ICD-11, and you see here at the very bottom the chapter 26 about traditional medicine. And if we look at it in more detail, here we go, we see the traditional medicine module 2. It is there, is incorporated, and only a few days ago a few details have been tuned, like some duplicate entries that were not visible when working on the overall structure, but they became visible after this was entered in the system, because the system was saying, hey, this term exists already, let's clean this, and then I think it was all sorted out. So this is how this kind of structure looks. I will not walk through 527 entities now. That I leave all to you, and there will be some versions online that you can download so that you can enjoy the details. But what I want to say is that the integration of the ICD traditional medicine module 2 in the classification of ICD overall means you can take advantage of all the tools that are available for this system. And this means that we have an application programming interface. This means that something where the computers can talk with the system, so it can be easily embedded in some information systems. We have the possibility to do print versions, and we can even show multiple lingual versions, so we can have the access to every language. And of course we have the browser. Everybody can see the ICD, everybody can see this. And we also can demystify certain things. We had recent discussions that some people go and want to have an Ayurveda training, and they think there is something purely spiritual, and then they're all surprised that there is something hands-on that is dealing with health. So with this, everybody can see this, can see the definition and see, no, this is something esoteric, this is something robust health system, and we may debate about the possible ways of treating our patient, but at least it's something that serves health and not just the thought. Now here we have the coding tool, and I chose one example because that example holds in Western medicine as in traditional medicine. If you go on the coding tool, you don't need to know much. You are searching for bone, and you have put to traditional medicine, and then you see what is offering. You can have bone conduction, bone ingrow, bone marrow diseases, and if you just put bone, well, the system will give you first, for example, in that case, bone disorders unspecified because you didn't say what you wanted to do with the bone, or you can be as specific as searching, for example, a splitting of bone pattern or fragmentation of bone pattern, and then the system will point you to a common category, and in that case it's a kind of other diseases, constituent derangement disorders. And why is it there, and why is it not above the surface, above the shoreline? Because this exists also in Western medicine, and some work is necessary there. But this is how this works. You don't need to know much. If you have the term, you need to add this, and this will be one of the things that will also come in principle when there will be broader uses. People will say, oh, I'm always using this term, it's not there, can we add this? And of course we can add that term so that people can find this. The same also happens all the time in Western medicine, that, well, as we know, who likes standardized medical terminology? Well, we all like it, and we don't use it necessarily unless I'm a professor who's teaching this. So in the practicalities of daily life, we will need to add some things there, and that's why we're saying version for implementation. The large scale will make it more and more robust there. Now, if we talk about the relevance of this step, so this is the current state of implementation of ICD-11 in the world, and this means with the integration of this traditional medicine section, module 2, all these countries that are using ICD-11 will have the chapter 26 module 2 available in their systems, and people can document and count cases in the similar way globally. And in all these countries, as soon as the translations are also made, people can see the descriptions and can see the diagnosis, can see the synonyms used in Siddha, Ayurveda, Unani, other medicines like the Persian one. But we are talking about module 2 because that's the common framework of these different medicines. Also, they have their particularities. They have many, many communalities, I think, as all of you also identified during the work when looking at the definitions, saying, well, there are some differences, but it's not different enough to have separate categories, and that's exactly the reason why we do this. And if you wonder if it's only in the case of traditional medicine, I remember the discussions we had when we were designing the ICD-11 Western medicine part, and the scientific societies were having hot debates between oncologists and gastroenterologists, which level of detail needs to be in an individual category, and which ones would be something that you group together, and where you maybe add post-coordination, use other methods for this kind of detail. So I'm very glad this happened and went forward. So the other thing is, here we have the pattern of use cases that we have for ICD-11. And you will see here, let's say, clinical terms, recording, surveillance. Now with technical module 2, we can do this. We can address case mix, costing, and resource allocation. We can do patient safety to some extent, and if we combine it with other parts of the ICD where we have medicaments, where we have devices, if we have interventions, we can even do this kind of safety documentation that is also at the core of a regulated, of a well-organized health system of a country. We can use it in primary care, prevention, and research, to say a few. The functioning assessment is something that is part of the ICD, but is not part of the traditional medicine module 2, and I don't think, and I would discourage using this section for cause of death statistics, because that would really break the international comparability in that area. There we really should stay with the standards. Now, what does this ICD-11 information mean? It means also interoperability, because as many of you know, the biggest nuisance of a health provider is this eternal desire of some administration and other people to document information. It takes time. And in some areas, physicians didn't even document a diagnosis. They just took a few notes that are necessary for the patient, and that's it. So it's also a change in this area of medicine to say you always have to give a diagnosis before you embark in doing whatsoever you want to do with this patient, so that we have a kind of structured process and we are able to monitor whether the quality and the outcomes are what we desire. And this is true for population health, for the clinical context, for the administration, and for reporting. No diagnosis, no management, no expansion of knowledge. It will be all kind of up in the air. So this is one of the big differences there. Now we have a family. We have this family of classifications. This whole family, this common foundation, serves to inform modern health information systems. And as we were talking in the WHO strategy of integrated medicine, and as we all know that you sometimes use traditional and Western medicine together or alone or in any combination, having this common framework in a common IT infrastructure makes it also easier for countries to set up a system for information. Imagine if you switch system and you need to go to a different IT system to be able to code diagnosis. It's not practical at all. You can access all of this through one interface, through one set, and document to the level of detail in the way that you are interested, and then you can aggregate the data for analysis according to the ways that you're needing. But we also have another family, and this is this family here that is convened also in this room here, because we also created a family of people that maybe didn't work together before that closely across different disciplines and across different countries to continue on the maintenance of this traditional medicine section 2 component, to make sure it can take up speed with new knowledge, with new information, with new terminology. And the only thing that I didn't put yet there is the broader international network where we have the collaborating centers. So we have people that work across medicine, pharmacology, interventions, primary care, tertiary care, research, that are sitting together similar to us in a room, a little bit bigger room, and then discuss at length whether this or that category needs to be moved, how to code this, how to structure this, and why do they do this? Why do they sacrifice private time even for this kind of work? Because they are the ones that in the country will be responsible to implement these changes. So they need to be comfortable with the way this is done, and they need to have the information on how this was done in a certain way. And that will be also something very important for all of you in the room, that you are the messengers, that you know how this was built, how this is set, so you can tell your friends, your colleagues, to others, say, oh, why did they do this? And say, yeah, well, it was helpful. And why is this in one category? Well, you have first-hand on experience. You can tell these people how this happened, what went. No written documentation can ever cover your knowledge. So you will be ambassadors also of this kind of section. So this traditional medicines module 2 is really a big step forward. And we need to think, what are the next steps in this kind of thing? So one thing is the progress in implementation of the ICD-11 TM module 2. In this case, the feedback from large-scale use, and I think in the next part of the meeting here, we will learn from the different countries their plans about implementation and the next steps forward. And then, of course, to have the complete health information, I call it information puzzle, because all parts are a little bit different, but in the end they fit together, is essentially recommendations for recording and reporting. We have some countries that do have structures in some places, other countries not so much. Everybody has been doing in a little bit way, and the baseline there is to say, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, but we'd rather have a look on what you are doing and what you were working, and to frame this in a way that the documentation allows this core comparability, well knowing then the national needs, national regulations will always require to add bits and pieces at some place for this. And of course, then to have a way to classify also the interventions. Many countries are interested in this for traditional medicine, and to start eventually also with the ones that relate to these bits and pieces, so that we also can capture that part, and then one can do wonderful documentation. So this traditional medicine module 2 launch is really a step forward for the ICD, for better information, for better health, and I'm really looking forward to the next steps in the process. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Roberts, for this detailed presentation, and also acknowledging that modernity is not captive of attire. Thanks for all. I think Minister is almost coming. So should we continue or continue? Okay. So may I now request Dr. Rudy Eggers and Shyama Kurvila ji, I think she is joining online for the next presentation, the case for better TM data. Please. So is she joining online? Shyama Kurvila is joining online?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Is she joining?
She is joining. Please.
Thank you. Secretary Kotesha from the Ministry of Ayush, Dr. Orphan as WHO representative in Kenya, honored dignitaries and guests and experts from across the world. Good morning and namaste to all of you. My name is Rudy Eggers. As you can see here, I'm the Director of Integrated Health Services at the World Health Organization in Geneva. And WHO, in its wisdom, has actually placed traditional medicine into the health services units. Previously, traditional medicine was represented in the medicines unit in WHO, but of course this is a recognition that traditional medicine is much more than just the substance of the medicine. It is really a delivery of health services. So I think that's a recognition and a movement within WHO, the fact that the traditional medicine unit in WHO is located in health services in my team. My great thanks to the Ministry of Ayush, both of course for hosting this event, but really to the support of WHO in this respect. The Ministry of Ayush has been a funder of WHO, but not only that, has demonstrated a lot of commitment to traditional medicine and the development of traditional medicine across the world. And of course, the creation of the Traditional Medicine Center, the Global Center, in Jamnagar is a reflection of that. So thank you to the Ministry of Ayush and the Government of India for that. I would also like to congratulate all of you. All of you are some way connected to what we are doing today, which is the launch of the ICD-11. As was said by the previous speaker, this is a huge step forward for traditional medicine in the integration into the mainstream health services. It represents a meeting of common interests. So there's a interest by the traditional medicine community, and this is specifically in Kenya, in India, of course, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani. Excuse me.
You may please continue.
Thank you. Thank you. Recognizing the presence of the Minister. Thank you, sir. So as well as I was mentioning, this ICD-11 code represents a common interest. There's the interest of the traditional medicine community, specifically in India, of course, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, but really the broader traditional medicine world has got an interest to be recognized. And there's the interest of WHO. So WHO's interest is representing health, and that is from individual health to community health to national health to global health, and in fact we've gone beyond that into planetary health, the biodiversity and environmental health. Just go to the previous slide, please. Or did I do this? Okay. So just to say that this is a common interest that we are representing here. And for me, my presentation actually will focus on the link between traditional medicine and primary healthcare, and this is what I will be talking about here. This is the outline of my presentation, starting off with primary healthcare, WHO's journey through traditional, complementary and integrative medicine, the current strategies and the new global strategy to be developed, a report on traditional medicine in 2019, the monitoring indicators and data for traditional medicine, and then finally traditional medicine in ICD-11. So traditional and complementary medicine has actually been recognized as a promising tool for UHC within the primary healthcare. And already in 1978, in the Alma-Ata Declaration, traditional medicine was recognized, and that was reinforced in the Astana Declaration 5 years ago. Primary healthcare is, of course, the most inclusive, equitable, cost-effective and efficient approach to enhance people's health. It is really the front door, the place where people enter into the health services to provide the foundation of strengthening essential public health functions and to confront the public health crises such as COVID. And in some ways that is quite similar to traditional medicine. As you can see, more than 80% of the population in over 170 member states claim the use of some form of traditional medicine, and for many traditional medicine is that first port of call. WHO acknowledges the contribution of evidence-based traditional medicines to health, to wellness, people-centered health care, and UHC, and seeks to bring such traditional medicine, that traditional medicine with the evidence behind it, into the mainstream of healthcare appropriately, effectively, and above all, safely. This is WHO's journey in traditional medicine. So in 1976 already, we had established a working group for the promotion and development of traditional medicine. This was followed by the Declaration of Alma-Ata, the 2014 Resolution on Traditional Medicine, the Declaration of Astana that I mentioned a minute ago, then the first chapter, today we're dealing with the second chapter, the first chapter of ICD-11 in 2019. Last year we had the UN General Assembly Political Declaration on UHC, and that of course contained traditional medicine. We established the Global Center in Jamnagar with the Indian government, and there was the resolution to call for a new strategy. You can see also on this diagram those red circles with the numbers in them. Those represent the key global data collection. So the first data was collected actually 2002, a second one with a follow-up later, and actually just last year we completed the third global survey of traditional medicine and are currently in the process of validating and presenting that data. So a great step forward also in the field of data. The previous traditional medicine strategy, which has been completed in 2023, in fact it has been extended for a further year, had the goal of harnessing the potential contribution of traditional and complementary medicine to the health, wellness, people-centered healthcare and universal coverage, the one goal, and the other goal, promoting safe and effective use of traditional and complementary medicine through regulation, research and integration of products, practices, practitioners into the health systems. So that's where we come from. In 2019, that was the previous completed report. This is the information that we found. 170 member states acknowledged some use of traditional medicine. There were 124 member states that had laws or regulations on herbal medicine. 109 member states had some legal or regulatory framework regarding traditional medicine. In 98 member states, there was a national office in the Ministry of Health on traditional medicine. And in 75 member states, we had national institutes dealing with traditional medicine. But there has also been a lot of challenges, and this represents the lack of information that member states told us. So 179 of 194 member states talked to us about the challenges that they face. And you can see that data and the collection of data is the highest issue here. We are really having a lot of difficulty in finding adequate research data, and this is what member states are telling us. Of course, monitoring of safety is there, that's also data-related issues, monitoring of providers, etc. But you can see all the other components, financial support, education of traditional medicine, regulation of products, channels of information. All these have been recognized as the main areas of challenge for member states, and really these are the areas that we have to address. This launch today, of course, addresses specifically the data and the information aspects related to that. We were called upon by the member states to create a new traditional medicine strategy that will start in 2025 and go to 2034. And this will be done in consultation with member states and stakeholders. We've already had the first member states consultation. We had a 3-day meeting in Geneva with experts to actually discuss the strategy, and some of you have been there. This will be presented to the Executive Board in January 2025, so a year from now, that's what we're targeting. And then the World Health Assembly in May 2025 will hopefully give the final go-ahead for that strategy. Just to compare the two strategies, so on the left-hand side you've got the existing strategy, but focusing on the right-hand side, this is still a draft, of course, we're still in the development. I think one of the key issues that we want to put up right up front is to get the recognition of the value of traditional medicine. And again, we would emphasize, as a scientific organization, WHO recognizes the value of evidence-based TCI. And this is really where the second strategy comes in. And to me, this is the core element within the new strategy. It takes us one step further, is to develop the evidence. Often, of course, I'm reminded that traditional medicine has got another basis than many of the Western medicines. Dr. Orphan talked about a shift in paradigm in terms of evidence. This is true. We need to find a way of identifying the evidence that is needed, also the methodologies on how we actually ascertain that evidence. But we cannot move past the need for evidence. We cannot say we don't need evidence. We do need evidence, but we just need to find an appropriate way to actually investigate and articulate that. The third one is quite similar to the previous one, provision of quality and safety of TCI, and then the integration of those evidence-based TCI methods into the health systems. There are also some monitoring reference. So if we go into the area of monitoring and data, you can see the different parts of the organization, WHO headquarters, AFRO, CIARO, WIPRO, all have been working on the development of a monitoring framework, and I'll show you the framework in more detail in a minute. We had the global surveys, of course, the global report I presented to you a minute ago. There are in fact 2 traditional medicine indicators in the global reference list, and you can see across the all other parts of the organizations, they too have been working on that. And in WHO, in headquarters, we've now combined this into a single proposed TCI global monitoring framework. I hope you can see that. It's a little bit small. We are very much trying to integrate not only traditional medicine, but also the way that the data is collected into a health system framework. So things like the service determinants, service delivery processes, outputs, health objectives, these are exactly the same categories that we would apply to health services as a whole. And in doing it in this manner, we are trying to include traditional medicine in the same manner and the monitoring of traditional medicine in the same manner. And you can see things like inputs, the health workforce, indicator monitoring, research, those kind of things are all there. But also the models of care, how integrated care is organized within the health systems, and the outcomes, of course. And if you look at the actual detail, I'm sure you cannot read that, but individual indicators are listed under all of those. So I will, of course, share this presentation with you, and you can see at the individual indicators related to traditional medicine and completely aligned to the structure of the indicators of the entire health services that are in the conventional medicine. At the end of the day, of course, we need to augment the evidence for traditional medicine with robust data, and this is really what the ICD-11 is all about. Traditional medicine will continue to represent a key component of primary healthcare in the modern era, especially in the context of demographic change and aging populations. And there's a significant change in the epidemiological patterns to chronic diseases and multi-morbidity. And this again is where ICD-11 is a valuable tool, because you want to be classifying across different morbidities. TCI contributes to empowering people and communities and provides important modalities for prevention, promotion, treatment, rehabilitation and primary care across all those areas. The generation, synthesis and dissemination of evidence, knowledge and information on traditional and complementary medicine will be an important factor in the successful integration. So this is really a first step towards integration that we are following. And by virtue of the strategy that we are developing, WHO will continue to provide policy guidelines and leadership to effect this, both in the area of data, but also in traditional medicine within health services. Already we've seen this diagram, of course, in the previous presentation, and just to re-emphasize the strategic significance for traditional medicine in this, it will enable the counting and the measurement of traditional medicine within the context of overall medicine. It will ensure international comparability, and let us not underestimate it. We've come to learn about the globalness of health in the COVID pandemic. It is very clear to us that health can never again be seen as an individual or a national issue. It will always have a global component. Digitalization is central. I was talking to Dr. Katecha in the coffee break just now. He was showing me the way that India deals with financial transaction. Everything is on the phone, everything is digital. There are probably more digital phones in this room than people, so everybody actually is digitizing, and so should health. The joint use of TCI, the ICD-11 chapter and other chapters are part of that integration, and we are reinforcing that also in terms of adverse event reporting, so going that extra step into the safety of traditional medicine. Already mentioned in the earlier slides was the insurance coverage and reimbursement systems, so ICD-11 of course plays a huge role in that classification, and the linkage of traditional medicine practices with global conventional norms and standards. With that, let me conclude. Honourable Minister, Dr. Katecha, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Eggers. You presented very in details the monitoring frameworks, proposed global indicators, need to augment evidence, and then finally the strategic significance of ICD-11. Thank you very much. We have Dr. Shyama Kurvela online. So her presentation, I think it's ready. Shyamaji is the lead WHO GCTM and senior strategic advisor, UHC and Life Course, WHO headquarters. Welcome, Shyamaji, and you're present. We are eager to listen to you. You will have to unmute. You will have to unmute, Shyamaji. You are not audible.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I could not be there with you today, and congratulations on this historic event. Could I just check if the presentation is uploaded?
Yes, Shyamaji. The presentation is uploaded, Shyamaji. You can continue.
Okay. This is a great privilege to join all of you virtually. And it is also, as I said, a historic moment for data and evidence on strengthening and scaling up traditional medicine interventions around the world. And so I will be talking today following Dr. Rudy Eggers, who is the director of the Integrated Health Services Department at WHO, on the new WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center that was launched last year in Jamnagar, Gujarat, in India. And the role of the center is really to scale up capacities of WHO to support countries in every WHO region, countries around the world, all member states, in strengthening the evidence base and data. And the ICD-11 will allow us to do this in a step change catalytic way. Next slide, please. So WHO DG at the Global Summit in August mentioned that he recognizes, along with the Honorable Prime Minister Modi, that for millions of people around the world, traditional medicine is their first port of call. And this is, we've seen surveys, and Dr. Rudy would have talked about the global survey, but this is of course, in India, there have been surveys showing that over 95% of people have used traditional medicine, Ayush systems. It's the same in Ghana with over 70%, and even in Germany, the data are showing that in facilities, over 70% of people have a preference to use traditional complementary integrative medicines. Every day there are client-practitioner interactions that are a source of very valuable data and evidence. And the launch of the traditional medicine modules in ICD-11 are a very unique opportunity to code these in a standardized way so that we can better understand the diagnosis, the treatment outcomes, and strengthen the quality of care and improve health and well-being for people around the world. The advances in technology, especially digital health, offer very good solutions as well now to facilitate this and scale up data collection and analysis. Next slide, please. So looking at the ICD-11 from a research perspective, the main goals would be to strengthen routine health information systems, not set up new systems necessarily or duplicate existing systems, but really to strengthen these and to standardize and analyze TCIM data sets to synthesize this evidence. But there are a lot of challenges, and I want to start with one that's not specific to TCIM. Globally, WHO shows that 25% of deaths, of births, and 30% of deaths, so that's the births of 1 in 4 children, is not registered globally. So let alone data on TCIM, strengthening basic data at registering births and deaths, this is a global, universal challenge for all of us, and I think the TCIM community also needs to support this. It's a basic right of all people to be registered as well. Then we come to TCIM and the lack of standardization in data sets, the challenges in comparing existing data sets, also non-uniform TCIM treatments and clinical outcome measures, and the Ayush Ministry, supported by the WHO TCI unit, have been working on benchmarks, and similarly ministries of health all over the world on benchmarks and standards. And also there's an opportunity to standardize and systematize adverse events reporting to ensure there's patient safety and quality of care, and together build this holistic evidence base. Next slide, please. So from the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center, one of the main work streams is an ICD-11 based work stream on clinical data networks. And there are 2 dimensions to this. One is retrospective data analysis. So this is looking at reference centers that provide clinical traditional medicine care in different countries and different WHO regions. And this is looking at retrospective data and looking at if the ICD-11 framework can be applied. Now, this won't be a perfect match, but it's just to give an indication of the kinds of interventions and impact that TCIM interventions, Ayush interventions have been having over the years. And the second dimension is a prospective data analysis. That is, in these reference clinical centers, to standardize data collection, to use routine health information systems, to generate new data from these reference centers, and to have a collaborative way of understanding and strengthening the evidence on diagnosis, health systems, health services in routine health information systems. And we really look forward to all of your advice and expert collaboration on this. And my colleagues, Dr. Geeta Krishnan and Ms. Maki Kajiwara are there and would look forward to discussing this with you. Next slide, please. So the next steps on this are to establish this network of reference centers for ICD-11 based data. And there's, as you can imagine, a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of prioritizing which data to be collected, which ones would be comparable, making best efforts to minimize the burden of data collection because there is so much data are already being collected, to map existing TCIM definitions with ICD-11 to enable this diagnostic data-based comparison, to explore advances in digital health, including with the Ayush Grid and others, to support this data collection and analysis, and then, of course, to support the collaboration across these expert reference sites and facilities. And this is really an exciting moment. We thank all of you for your extensive inputs to make this moment possible with the launch of the ICD-11 Module 2 and this whole area of work. So with sincere thanks and looking forward to our collaborations, the next slide is just to say thank you, and back to you, Sanjit Devji.
Audio, thank you. Thank you, Shamaji. Thanks a lot. You talked about global challenges, birth and death data, plant projects, which ICD-11 has to do at GCTM, retrospective and prospective data analysis, and next steps. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our Honorable Minister Sir is here, Dr. Mujpara Mahendbhai Ji. He is Minister of State for Ayush and Women and Child Development. So I would now request all the dignitaries, Minister Sir, Secretary, and other WHO representatives to please come on dais. Please join us. Yeah. I would request Shri B.K. Singh Ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, to please present bouquet to Honorable Minister. I would now request dignitaries and our Honorable Minister to launch this ICD-11 TM2, this booklet. So please unwrap it, and so this launch, long-awaited launch. Thank you all, sir. Thanks. Dr. Munjaparai ji is himself a practicing doctor, a cardiologist, and he is just saying that he understands, he knows well the importance of this occasion and this launch. So may I now request Honorable Minister for his address and guidance.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Dr. Rodrigo Orphin, respected Dr. Robert Jacob, respected Dr. Rudolph Eggers, Vaidya Rajesh Koteja, Srimati Kavita Garg, WHO and selected stakeholder country representatives, friends from the media, and dignitaries of the dais. Namaste. It is matter of great happiness to be here on this momentous occasion of the launch of Traditional Medicine Module 2 of the International Classification of Diseases, which include three major systems under Ministry of Ayush: the Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani systems. Being a doctor myself, I understand well the importance of international classification of disease in global perspective. ICD is one of the flagship initiative of the World Health Organization, which is the primary global tool for collection of health-related statistics, mainly the morbidity and mortality statistics reporting. Aligning to global standards is necessary to modernize the practice of Ayush system, not just in India, but globally. This is culmination of long journey which began more than a decade ago. The development and launch of the National Ayush Morbidities and Standardized Terminologies electronic portal, Namaste portal, launched by the Ministry of Ayush in year 2017, was one of the significant step in direction which created the platform for morbidity data collection in Ayush terminology at the national level. The Ministry of Ayush has been working in close association with WHO to develop standards of various Ayush systems. The establishment of the first ever WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine at Jamnagar, Gujarat was one of the major collaborative effort in this direction, the inauguration of which was done by our Honorable Prime Minister along with WHO Director General. Another initiative which is related to traditional medicine module 2 being launched today is the publication of standard terminologies of Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani system by the WHO, which was also supported by Ministry of Ayush. I appreciate the guidance and support of the World Health Organization in completing these tasks in a very short time span. Today, as we gather here for the launch of the second module of the traditional medicine chapter of International Classification of Diseases, version 11, I hope that this will lead to inclusion data of Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani system in the routine health information collection, mainly in terms of morbidity statistic reporting, and will also form the basis for wider inclusion of these Ayush system in the medical insurance reimbursement worldwide. This will also lead to greater acceptance of the Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani systems globally. The process of development of this module has included various phases such as development of the pre-alpha draft, alpha draft, beta draft and finally the international field testing. I am told that experts from more than 25 countries have contributed to development of this module, which include various international consultative meetings. This module will provide a great impetus to our efforts of generations of evidence base for Ayush system, will lead to better patient care through enhanced documentation, provide exact morbidity statistic in Ayush terminology and enhance interoperability between different Ayush systems. One of the major highlights of this document is that all the three systems have been combined into one single document while preserving the uniqueness of all the three systems. Once again, I express my happiness for being able to be here to become part of this historic effort and congratulate all those who have given their best to achieve this goal, both from the WHO and the various member countries that have contributed to these efforts. I wish to acknowledge the support of WHO's higher leadership and their team who have contributed to this work directly or indirectly. I wish that more such collaborative efforts happen between the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Ayush, and that we reach greater heights in efforts for the globalization of Ayush system. All the best. Thank you. Namaste. Jai Hind.
Before we leave for lunch, may I request all the international delegates to come for a photo session with the Honorable Minister and other dignitaries. So, this side. Come this side. Some, हाँ? अच्छा ओके, नहीं तो पीछे ज़्यादा लोग आते हैं, कुछ पीछे आ जाए, कुछ आगे आ जाए, आप बैठ जाए. Some people can come behind and some can come in front. पीछे. So I think all should come backstage. May I also request the DGs and directors of Ayush research councils and institutions, national institutions, to please come for photo session. And advisors also. NCISM chairman and NCA chairman and ASFA Mishra ji and principal consultant Pathak sir. Commission's chairman sir. Ji. All the presidents of the chairman and president of the commissions, NCISM and NCH. Please. All advisors. Satyajit Paul ji and Raghu ji. ASFA Mishra ji. Please.
So next we would like to call upon the team members who have worked in the team. Shrikant sir, Meena Kumari madam, Kanakwali madam, Zahir sir, Asim Ali Khan sir, Vinod Kumar Lavanya ji, Dr. Rakesh Narayan, Kannan, Dr. Natarajan, Dr. Satyarajeshwaran sir, Dr. Bilal Ahmed, Dr. Neelam Kudusi madam, Dr. Amanullah sir, and Lina madam. Please. And Dr. Suresh sir. So Dr. Prasad sir, GP Prasad sir. And Namaste team from Hyderabad, please join. And Naman Goel. And the CCRS team, Dr. Renu madam, Dr. Lalita, Dr. Anagha, please come. Dr. Rajeshwari, Dr. Sumit. Yes, Dr. Geeta Kishan sir, again. Yes. Please, madam. Please, if anyone is left out, yeah, I think all of us are here. आ जाओ प्लीज. And sir, all the administrative staff and other supported who are rest of them remaining are delegates, and the participants are requested to join for the last photo op. Thank you very much for bearing with us, sir. Just one last photograph. Sir, please, all the CCRAs, NIA and IA, all the people who have supported us, please come join us. Please join very quickly. Stefan, I'm sorry, we are very sorry. Please join us now. Please come. Please come. Extremely sorry. No problem. But with the team, he's supposed to be. Please come. Aajo. Jaldi aa jaiye sabhi baki. Please come. Please come. Rakesh aajo.
अरे हो गया कि फोटो खिंचाएगा।
अभी हो गया सर। या मैडम अभी we'll continue the technical session. We have one last leg of activity remaining with us, and with the permission of the chair, we'd like to start the country presentations. अभी कर दो, तुरंत कर दो, बुक्स कर दीजिए। लिया ना, बीच में लिया, कोई बात, अभी डिस्टर्ब नहीं करता। अच्छा हो गया, सभी आ गए ना, एवरीबडी कवर्ड, अच्छा लगा, एवरीबडी इन द हॉल गॉट कवर्ड। Yes. Honorable Minister Sir is leaving. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing the occasion and your message and the blessings. Thank you very much, sir. Namaste, sir. Now we will continue with the technical presentation now. We have the country presentations to make. I would like to request Dr. Akib Hussain, Ministry of Health, Bangladesh, to present us about the country implementation plans from Bangladesh. Dr. Akib Hussain, sir. Yes, you can present from there, sir, if it's okay. Yeah. Akib sir, your slides are presented, sir. Yes. You can start. Yes.
Thank you, everybody. I am Dr. Akib Hussain, Director General of Drug Administration, Dhaka, Bangladesh. The value of the provision of the ICD-11 TM2, International Classification of Diseases, Inpatient and second slide. Yes. International Classification of the Diseases, Inpatient and Outpatient Records. Classify the diseases of the development research and clinical trials in the traditional system of medicine. To estimate the global mortality and mortality by the coding ICD-11. A doctor of the Western medicine can ascend the knowledge of TM. That's mean traditional medicine. Second. Why not faster? Okay. Implement plan for the ICD-11 TM2. If our government take the ICD TM2 cognizance, then government can implement through the doctors, TM and Western medicine. and hospitals and healthcare provider also. With the support of the WHO, the government will conduct various workshop, training, and play a role in the system of the development. No change. Purpose of the it helps the traditional doctors and classification a specific disease and helps to record and to get data. Code of the traditional medicine will be used to integrate the Western medicine. It helps to collect the mortality and mortality data. Government will, it is already been told, but third time is the value of proposition of ICD-11 TM2, International Classification of Diseases, implement and it is already been written. But third one, where is third one? Please help. Please help. Help the last one. Thank you. It is already been done. Done. But no thank you. Okay, thank you all. But I am finding where is thank you. Yes, it comes. So many times late. Better late than never. Thank you everybody for the all participants.
Good morning, Namaste. I'd like to present some activities from this ICD-11 from Brazil. I'm not from the Ministry of Health in our country, but I am a clinical doctor and work in Ayurveda for the last 25 years. And we have more than 5,000 students of Ayurveda there in our country. They are working clinical in Ayurveda for all this time. And you do all the panchakarmas and treatment there. And then we can apply this ICD-11 TM2 in our patients for the last months. And then we have some ideas about that. The implementation of ICD-11 in Brazil is coordinated by Ministry of Health through the General Coordination of Surveillance and Monitoring of Non-Communicable Disease in Condition. This is responsible for coordinating ICD-11 implementation actions with other bodies and entities in the unified health system. Because in our Carta Magna, we have one, they say, the health is the right of the citizen and the obligation of the state. And then the state have to give health possibilities for all the people. If you have some disease, the state is obligated to give you the treatment. And then we have this health system called the unified health system for all the population in our country. The main action planned for the implementation of ICD-11 in Brazil are the translation and adaptation of ICD-11 in Brazilian Portuguese, training health professionals, they use the ICD-11, and we try to do this with 10 of our students, all the medical doctors, and we do about 100 patients, our patients. You use this code for the training of them. Adaptation of SUS information system to ICD-11, promotion of the use of ICD-11 research, and the formulation of public health policies. To date, these institutions have already completed the translation and adaptation of ICD-11 into Brazilian Portuguese. Training of health professionals is also underway through in-person and distance learning courses. The adaptation of SUS information system is ICD-11 in the planning phase. The implementation of ICD-11 in Brazil is scheduled to take place in January 2025. And another bodies of our institutions help us in these activities. The National Health Council, the Federal Council of Medicine, is the most authority in our country about the medical activities, is the Federal Council of Medicine, the Federal Pharmacy Council, Federal Council of Dentistry, Federal Nursing Council, Federal Psychology Council. These entities are collaborating with the Ministry of Health in developing guidelines in the standard for the implementation of ICD-11 in Brazil. This application of Ayurvedic in public health in the SUS, probably you explain more afternoon. Some examples we are doing there in our country with Ayurveda and the application of this. Ayurveda is part of our system SUS. We have 29 integrative practice in our system, government system. And Ayurveda is one of this system. For that, we can apply Ayurveda in all the country, all the people, all the government centers. And we try to do this today in 2 centers, one in Rio de Janeiro, and another in Araguari, is one city near our ashram there, our traditional ashram, and we apply apply Ayurveda and to try to train in this new code for our patients. Thank you.
Now I would like to request Dr. Arman Jargaran, Ministry of Health and Medical Education, Iran, to present the case from Iran. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. In advance, I want to say thank you to all the Indian hosts, Indian friends, for their hospitality, and I'm so happy that with you. And I want to say congratulations to all our team from different countries that the task is over and done finally. Thank you, everyone. But briefly, I want to say that in advance, traditional medicine is completely regulated in Iran, and we approved and accredited the TMs in Iran are Persian medicine, Chinese medicine, and acupuncture, naturopathy, and homeopathy. And in different levels, we have practitioners that there are traditional healers, there are medical doctors, and the medical doctors that entered in the course of PhD of Persian medicine, and also MDs that entered to the other approved TMs specialties in Iran, like Chinese medicine and naturopathy and homeopathy. And in different levels, all third levels of healthcare systems, we have structures to provide traditional medicine services in health networks, in rural area, in primary healthcare system, and also in private offices, in specialty clinics, and also in the hospitals as advisory system. And as a case use importance for us, As it was mentioned by other colleagues in previous sections, it could help us to coding morbidity and also reporting, including primary care based on traditional medicine, and also case mix and diagnostic related grouping based on Persian medicine. For it is important for us, and also assessing and monitoring the safety, efficacy, and quality of care, that it help us to, or policy makers in the Ministry of Health, to contribute, to use this data to national planning for treatment management, to specify the budget, and also monitoring and specifying and controlling researches and clinical studies, and also for insurance, for reimbursements, and too many other issues that are too important for us in this regard. Also, it can help us to assessing functioning of our efforts and our works and our activities in this regard, and it is too important for us. Therefore, if I want to say about the value proposition and our plan for implementation of TM2 module, I should say that it's obviously too important for us because of the points I mentioned to them. And as the point of view of my office, the Persian and Complementary Medicine Office at our ministry, we are trying to implement traditional medicine module 2, and also the Ministry of Health have some concerns about it, and we are negotiating with the different departments now in the deputy of treatment, deputy of IT, deputy of health, and I think we can we start our steps to planning for this step, the step of implementation. And nowadays, the whole ICD-11 is piloting in 2 hospitals in Iran, and also training for mortality reporting is started. And we hope that we could be implement traditional medicine TM2 as one another steps to implementing ICD-11 in our country. And also planning and negotiating with and making a committee in the Office of Persian and Complementary Medicine is started, and we are working with different departments in the Ministry of Health to planning for it. And also the technical program is designed that it has 4 steps that you can see here, and I hope in the near future we can implement this module as a part of ICD-11 in our country, and solve some technical problems in this way. And thank you for your attention in my presentation, and invite all of you to my beautiful country. I hope see you soon one day there. Thank you very much for
Thank you, Dr. Arman. Now I would like to request Go Chang Soon. Madam is Director, Traditional Medicine and Health Services in Malaysia. She was a wonderful host for us and key contributor to this wonderful development. Madam, please.
Okay. I think still morning, a very good morning to ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much to involve Malaysia in these reviews of the beta draft, as well as in this international field testing. So I would like to share with every one of y'all pertaining to the country implementations plan for ICD-11 TM1 in Malaysia. So I think these slides show the overviews of the routine health information system in Malaysia. So you could see that at this moment, if we want to standardize as well as integrate traditional medicines data into our health information system, we need to focus in 2 areas. First is a proper clinical documentations. Okay, so in order for the traditional and complementary medicines data to be integrated, subsequently, we need to have a nationwide reporting system. So that's why in Malaysia, at this moment, we have so-called a SMRP. SMRP is a System Maklumat Rawatan Pesakit. This is in Malay versions, means the Customer Treatment Information System. So this system is a comprehensive medical report system. It links the informations from the public hospital as well as the government hospital. So, and then gather all the granular data as well as clinical information and store in the Malaysian Health Data Warehouse. That is the information being stored here. So this is MYHDW. So SMRP is the linkage. So at this moment, so the data being gathered from this SMRP are mainly from the Ministry of Health hospital with the traditional and complementary medicines units. We gather many on the encounter as well as a TNCM visits. So gather here and then store in Malaysian Health Data Warehouse. So now, what is the plan? How to implement the ICD-11 TM2 in Malaysia? It is not different from how we implement the ICD-11 TM1, traditional Chinese medicines. There is only difference here is from the initial part, we have engaged a group of experts, traditional Indian medicine practitioner expert, many Ayurveda and Siddha in Malaysia, to have this, to review the beta draft, alpha draft, and we develop the beta draft. So that's why Ministry of Health, we still appreciate their participations, and then we would like to appoint them as an expert panel, so or a task force to continue to facilitate the implementations of the ICD-11 TM2. So, and they were involved in this pilot project. We would like to look into the, how you say that, the work process as well as a mechanism of reporting, how this has been implemented in Malaysia. So we plan to have this pilot project. And they also involved in development as well as finalizations of the guideline, training module, and reporting mechanism. So once it has been done, module has been developed, we will have training, we have a mandatory reporting in the public sector, and then subsequently voluntary reporting from the private sector. But eventually, we would like to have a mandatory reporting from both public as well as private sectors. So coming to these use cases, so at this moment, the very proportions we would like to focus in is two areas, clinical documentations and morbidity reporting, as well as to identify use cases of ICD-11 TM2. So this is important because enable a double coating of Western medicines and traditional medicines diagnosis, as well as to identify the primary traditional medicine disorder, as well as other traditional medicines to enable more meaningful data corrections and analysis. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Hopefully this is helpful. Thanks.
Now I would like to call upon Dr. Kalpana Ben Ajudia Madam from Mauritius. So we have a double advantage of an Indian origin person working for us, and I would like to listen from Madam. Please, Madam, please.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. country implementation plans for Mauritius. Before I go to value propositions, I would like to introduce some of you that how Ayurveda is integrated in a public sector in Mauritius. In Mauritius, by law, all Ayush system has been recognized and practiced legally. And second thing, Ayurveda system of medicine is integrated in public sector, and Western medicine and Ayurveda medicines are working all together, but somewhere like we were talking our results verbally, or our results or our like evidence-based result was not seen properly, but this ICD-11 TM2 will help us to show more efficiently. So second slide please. Value proposition. Reporting to national health statistic. Right now also it is being recorded, but in a proper way, and side by side Western medicine, it will help national health statistic to show how the Ayurvedic system of medicine working. ICD-11 TM2 will help to know that disease prevalence also. Once with the ICD-11 TM2, we'll know that which disease is prevalent in Mauritius and which disease we are catering mostly patient, so that will help to know and prepare for the better treatment and management. So once we know the disease prevalence, it will help us to prevention and awareness campaign, just like NCD cases, and then it will help us to make a provision for medicine and human resource also. This data will help that how many patients are attending Ayurvedic clinics, and according to that it will help us for medicine purchasing and human resource allocation. Research in particular disease, just I mentioned, and research in general TM services also, because it will help us to compare Western medicine's result and contribution and traditional medicine contribution. And it will help our Ayurvedic practitioners also, because there is detail in disease allocation in ICD-11 TM2. So that will help in history taking and accurate diagnosis also when we are registering in the ICD-11 TM2. Second slide, please. Next. Yeah. And why the purpose? Why to implement ICD-11 TM2? The main purpose is to know the TM contribution in national health system. We are very well in providing treatment and management in certain cases, but there is no as such data to show that how and where we are working. So this will help definitely to make TM medicine grounded and make better floor for the services. And even to identify the strength and result-oriented disease management, and it will help a lot. It will help in evidence-based management also. And how, where to start to implement. Of course, we will not be able to start as a whole, but start with the NCDs, because in Mauritius there is diabetes is very prevalent, and we are working on the manual data. We are working on 3 categories for diabetes, like a pre-diabetic, where the prevention and awareness campaign is doing, and second is family counseling to prevent more convert into diabetes, and second category is diabetes doing treatment or manage only with the Ayurvedic medicine. And third is a dual prescription, where along with the Western medicine treatment, we are providing Ayurvedic treatment also to reduce the complication and cost-effective management. These are being done, but not, as I said, there is no data as such, but this TM11 and ICD-11 TM2 will help to show more efficiently. And how we will implement that? that first of thing, we are very few Ayurvedic medicine practitioners in Mauritius, but to introduce each and everyone what is ICD-11 TM2 and where it will head us to a better future. So introduce ICD-11 TM2 to all Ayurvedic medicine practitioners first, and because they will diagnose and they will register and they will guide the record officer for the how to diagnose, how to record the diagnosis. And then second is most important is training for health record officers and for practitioners also. So that will, because we are still lag behind in digitally record, but it will come with this. ICD-10 uses in Western medicine, and ICD-11 is in pipeline for mortality in this year, and it will be implemented in other areas also. So simultaneously, ICD-11 TM2 can be incorporated in Ayurveda unit, Ministry of Health and Wellness. With these words, I would like to thank WHO team, Dr. Robert, Dr. Nenad, and Dr. Stefan, putting confidence in us, trust in us, and definitely Ministry of Ayush to allow us this platform to showcase Mauritius. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I would like to request Dr. Punesh Kesariji, Ministry of Health and Population, Nepal, to come and present the implementation plans from Nepal. So please.
Namaste and good afternoon, one and all present here. Respected dignitary and colleagues, myself Dr. Puneshwar Kesari from Nepal, and I am pleased to present our country plans for TM2 implementation. Since the beginning, I am involved in the whole process, and it's my privilege to take a part for development of TM2 module as a member. So, according to value proposition perspective of our country, it standardizes coding system and enables accurate certification and enhances morbidity coding and reporting, promotes research and clinical trials in traditional medicine system, establishes interoperability standards and facilitates clinical documentation, contributes to improve health care outcomes, evidence-based practices, helps integration of traditional medicine data and Western medicine data and reflects on national health reporting system, that is the health management information system, that is our national health reporting system, and ICD-11 will definitely help for integration. This gives an opportunity to think pragmatically in terms of proportionate resource allocation for the purpose of comprehensive and collective health care inclusive of morbidity, prevention and management. Use case of TM2. Upgradation of Ayurveda Health Information Management System according to ICD-11 TM2. The coded data entered by Ayurveda health facilities are aggregated by the Provincial Line Ministry and Department of Ayurveda and Alternative Medicine, and it is used for planning, programming and budget allocation. National health statistics regarding morbidity related to Ayurveda and helps for integration with HMIS, that is National Health Statistics System. Monitoring of Ayurveda health services and minimum service standards MSS. We have currently developed minimum service standards for all level of Ayurveda health facilities in Nepal. Helps for development of appropriate mechanism of integration of traditional medicine and Western medicine data and reimbursement health system financing. And definitely we will use TM2 for reference for treatment guidelines, scientific literature and research purpose. Our plan to implement the ICD-11 TM2, we will thinking to conduct orientation and training program for a standard Ayurveda terminology, and ICD-11 TM2 will be conducted for Ayurveda doctors, paramedics and medical recorders. Ayurveda health management information system will be updated according to disorder and patterns of traditional medicine module 2. Recording and reporting system will be done by dual coding, both TM and WM. HMIS will be incorporated with National Health Management Information System. Paper system of morbidity reporting system is replaced by electronic version, that is HMIS, while morbidity recording is both on paper and electronic version. Upgradation of HMIS recording and reporting tools in near future, it will be real-time online reporting tools. Planning for bilateral cooperation for implementation of ICD-11 TM2 with member states of TM2. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to request Dr. Dhammika Abheya Gunawardhane, Ministry of Health, Sri Lanka. Dhammika sir. Sir is a wonderful host and we had a great time there, sir. Thank you very much for all that you have arranged for us in the last leg. So please.
Thank you for that comment, and have a pleasant day for all of you. Dear colleagues, friends, my teachers, I am going to present in the country implementation plan from Sri Lanka. Before that, I want to say what is the importance of ICD-11 TM2 for the Sri Lankan perspective. You know that the actual contribution of the traditional medicine in global healthcare scenario was legally unknown and ignored. It allowed the relevant data collection from any corner of the country and they yet interpretable. Uniform data collection of the important nationally and so also regionally to identify regional and global mobility trends. Inclusion of the TM in ICD-11 is one of the strongest measures which could have been taken to ensure giving the due to TM in terms of resources allocation following the service offered and priority areas covered by the respective healthcare system in Sri Lanka. And when we come to the operational plan from the implementation ICD TM2 in Sri Lanka, now we have plan. When I return to my country, we categorize in the three phases according to the 3 months time. But first, the national this is the national implementing plan, phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3. First, we are going to arrange the essential use of ICD TM2 mandate in Sri Lanka. How we going to mandate in Sri Lanka? The national nodal point in ICD-11 TM2, the Department of Ayurveda, all Ayurveda hospital and other institutions, and especially the syllabus in the all universities, we are going to mandate ICD TM2. They should have to implement and they should have to follow it. And second thing, and we have to capacity building training program for all the relevant parties. Who are the relevant parties? We noticed that the administrative officers, because if you're going to implement the good plan, we have to train the administrative officers, directors, university lecturers, because we are going to touch with the university students for this, introduce this scenario. And not only that, the consultant grade medical officers and medical officers, other grades and nursing staff and non-medical and coordinating staff. Next, and we come to the phase 2. That is the phase 2 implementing stage. We are going to touch with our provincial hospitals 6th and 4 teaching hospital. Not only that, and we selected one research hospital. All these 11 places we are going to implement this the second quarter of this year. And the third and fourth quarter we plan to monitoring and evaluation phase. Linkage with the hospital data units, because already now we implemented in Sri Lanka Suhadharani web portal. I think the people are in Sri Lanka for the final activities done in the ICT TM2, and they show that Suhadharani web portal. Now we are going to link with the Suhadharani web portal, and we are collect the medical record and coding unit. And after that, all the collected input data keep in the system function at the subordination and national levels. This is the implementation frame in Sri Lanka. And finally, what is our way forward? The way forward is Department of Ayurveda under the Ministry of Health in Sri Lanka, and we going to distribute all the knowledge to the all 9 provincial Department of Ayurveda. I planned that meeting in the 12th Friday with the honorable ministers and other relevant officials in Sri Lanka. When we returned to Sri Lanka, we started this implementing mechanism. But we have to achieve some activities. What are these? Focusing on clinical conditions, look at the prevalence of high level categories rather than the specific diagnosis. And we are waiting for support from the WHO expert, technical support from the consultation for the phase 2. Can you remember that what I already mentioned? And phase 3, the monitoring and evaluation and discussion of coding issues in phase 3. And I am waiting for the more expertise from Indian side. My elder brothers from the India, and going to invite them to train our people how to use this data system to our university staff and other relevant officials in the second quarter of this year with the support of the WHO. And finally, I have to thank all of you who are done in the WHO side, my friend Jacob and Nanette and Stephanie and other all from the WHO side. And not only that, in India gives a great support for us for the develop this ICD-11 TM2 and other country experts. And I'm thanking all of you. Thank you.
Now we have one last presentation from John Hughes, NHS Royal London Hospital Integrative Medicine, United Kingdom. So please.
Namaste everyone and good morning. And firstly, thank you for the kind invitation to attend this prestigious launch of the ICD-11 TM2 chapter. Like everybody else, I was asked to provide some value proposition from the ICD TM2 chapter, and there's a lot of overlap obviously with the other countries that's come up here and spoke. The 3 in terms of the UK that we thought were the main focus in terms of the value from the TM2 chapter will be to provide specific data on the diagnoses of UK-based Indian medicine practitioners. We're hoping to utilise and build on the TM2 ICD codes to enhance the evidence base into the effectiveness of Indian-based medicine for specific traditional diagnoses. And certainly we're hoping that it will also enhance the profile of Indian-based medicine within the UK. Now, in terms of the implementation plan within the UK, there's a couple of things really I perhaps should explain first. The first thing is that currently there is pretty much no Indian-based medicine within the UK's National Health Service at the moment. The exception within that is yoga. Yoga is incorporated within the National Health Service in the UK, specifically for musculoskeletal conditions, so things like low back pain,
patients can go along, see their GP, and they can be referred for yoga. But Indian-based medicine more generally is not incorporated within the National Health Service. The hospital that I'm based at, the Royal London Hospital for Integrated Medicine, is the largest public sector provider of traditional and complementary medicine within the UK. And despite the fact that we're the largest, we've got about 50 clinical staff at the hospital, we only have one member of staff who is trained in Indian-based medicine. And in fact, they're not employed to work clinically at the hospital. They're actually part of my research team at the hospital. So clearly within the UK, we're going to have to engage with private practitioners of Indian medicine. So we're in the process at the moment of identifying and approaching key UK professional associations and stakeholder groups, so organisations such as the Ayurvedic Professional Association and the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences. We'll have meetings with these organisations to emphasise to them the value and the importance of engaging in this work. And then what we hope from that is to be able to approach the individual practitioners working privately within the UK to encourage them to start to implement and use these TM2 ICD codes and to collect some data really on their views on the codes, as well as the diagnoses coming through in the UK and hopefully treatment outcomes as well. Thank you.
With this, we have completed the session on country implementation plans. Now I would like to request Dr. Robert Jacob to provide the concluding remarks. Please.
So the concluding remarks is always difficult to conclude something that has been working for a long time and that will essentially also keep us active for a long time. As we have seen, countries have started implementation or are actively planning implementation that will help us also to find maybe some common recommendations on what works, what doesn't work, to stay together as a community, to help each other find out, oh, what did you do, what did function, what didn't. So that's a very positive thing. It was also good to see the recognition at the different very high levels of the work that has been done, because as we all know, if just a pure bottom-up approach doesn't necessarily help to build a national system or to build a national routine information system. So I can just say as a conclusion, seeing this engagement, I'm really looking forward, and WHO is looking forward to the continuation of this kind of joint work as a family, as I was saying earlier. And our unit for classifications and terminologies will be collaborating with the unit for traditional medicine that Dr. Eggers is heading as a director, and with the Global Center for Traditional Medicine to continue to work with you on this area, on different aspects that relate to implementation and stay together. I'm very well aware that I'm between you and the sorely expected lunch that you may have. I haven't heard any stomachs grumbling yet, but I think it will happen soon. So I would just really like to thank all of you for your commitment and for your participation, and hopefully also your future participation. I want to thank also my team, Nenad and also Stefan, for the work that they have done over the many, many years. And wish us a wonderful lunch. And don't forget, when you come back, When you are tired because the intestine is working, we will ask you difficult questions and try to trigger your answer in a certain direction because you will be tired and looking at the floor or at the roof of the ceiling of the room. But please be there. Don't sleep too much because we need to find out the way forward with the interventions classification, and we thought this is a perfect opportunity having all your brains in this room to discuss this after everybody had maybe a little bit of surgical intervention with a piece of meat, a piece of bread and other things during lunch break. So thank you very much. I'm concluding here with this session, and thank you for all those who have been in support of this session also at a technical level. Thank you.
So we are duty bound to extend a formal vote of thanks on behalf of Ministry of Ayush, and we have had the gracious presence of Dr. Rabinaran Acharya sir, our Director General CCRAs, who has hosted this event, and we have our co-hosts Tanuja Nesri madam from Indian Institute of Ayurveda, and also Sanjay sir from NIA Jaipur. So these three institutes came together to host this wonderful event, and I would like to request Dr. Rabinaran Acharya sir to extend formal vote of thanks on behalf of the Ministry of Ayush. Sir, please.
Namaste to all. Thanks, Dr. Saket. At the outset, I thank Minister of Ayush for providing CCRS the opportunity to coordinate the function, today's function. Today is a historic day for the Ayush fraternity, wherein we have officially launched the traditional medicines 2 module, which includes 3 major traditional medicine systems under Ayush, that is Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani. This has been wonderful collaboration effort undertaken by WHO along with various member countries and particularly all the research councils. I take this opportunity to thank the research councils, particularly Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani, for their constant support. With this note, they have given a constant support to all this for this completion, a timely completion, and not only timely completion but a record time. What I have been informed that for other systems it took near about 7 to 8 years, but within 3 years and a time-bound manner, this dedication works. First of all, I wish to thank our Honorable Minister of State, Munjapara Mahendra Bhaiji, for his gracious presence here today and also for his constant guidance and encouragement. And but the Rajesh Koteja, Secretary Ayush, who has constantly monitoring this and timely completions, and after my joining since last near about 2 years, every monthly review about this, and his physical presence in the maximum meeting also comes to headquarters. All this due to him only it can be completed timely or the sponsor. I thank Rajesh Koteja ji, Brother Rajesh Koteja, for this purpose and his visionary leadership, how to complete the task work in a time manner. I thank Madam Kavita Garg. She is so simple looks, but she is very time bound, and her pursuance to complete the work in a time bound manner. And I take this same opportunity to thank our ex-Special Secretary Pathak ji for this purpose, who has initiated, I could remember that 1 year I spent with him regarding this and his constant pursuance for completion of this work, sir. I thank you, sir, for your purpose. I thank Madam Poonam Khetrapal Singh ji and Shamira Asham from WHO for their valuable online presence here today, and also I express my heartfelt thanks to the government DCGI presence here today. Today's event signifies major steps in collaboration to workflow data management in conventional as well as Ayush systems. I take this opportunity to we are thankful to Dr. Afrin for his presence here today. The cooperation and guidance of WHO country office is essential for further implementations and improvements of this platform. I wish to express my thanks to Rudolph and Dr. Robert from WHO headquarters for being instrumental in the development of this data. Dr. Robert and Dr. Nendard and Dr. Stephen in particular. Stephen, I personally thank you. Since last 2 years, you come and in the committee room adjacent to the Chamber of DG, staying for a week long and working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And that after that also, I thank personally to you and on behalf of Ministry of Ayush for your constant support and guidance in this purpose. And I know how you meticulously manage the words of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, understanding the three meanings and putting your remarks on that, not accepting the things after a lot of discussion and revision. I was part of that, sir. Thank you for that purpose. And technically steered the project in most gracious manner. And I know particularly Dr. Geeta Krishnan and recently Dr. Dua. Dr. Geeta is also one of the major stakeholders for this purpose. And I thank also all the team, particularly CCR, the team from CCRS under the leadership of our DDG, Dr. Srikant, Dr. Lavanya, Dr. All the CCR, I couldn't take all those names. They are very dedicatedly working. The team from Siddha, the team from Unani, Dr. Amda is here from Unani. He is also, and all the Siddha system people, they have worked very meticulously for this purpose. I thank the respected participants for various regions, and we can see their presence here and their commitment for how to implement this in the future strategic plan. I thank you for your constant support for that purpose and your presence here. I thank all the officials of the Ministry of Ayush, the President, JS, BK sir, and advisor Manoj Nesri sir, and particularly stakeholders what we have combinedly working, the Vice Chancellor of NIA, Sharma sir, and Director All India Tanuja Nesri madam, and all the officers, all the institute directors, Dr. Thakur, Dr. Neeta, and Madam from DG CCRS, Kanakavalli Madam, also ex-DG. I thank you all for your gracious presence here. And I thank AS&FA and Dr. Rajkumar and my finance team. As told, everything, every positive note, whatever we have put, because maximum part CCRS was conducting, and the financial part, I thank AS&FA in particular and Minister Dr. Rajkumar for their constant support in it. I appreciate the role of the drafting experts from the 3 research councils, dedicated work, completing work per time. I thankful to my organizing team from CCRS. We have dedicated organizing since last 1 month. The team is working. We have different groups catering. I thank all the teams for transport or those who are dedicatedly working for this purpose. Last but not least, I thank the media persons and the staff of Indian Habitat Centers and all others who have learned their support in organizing this event, as well as one and all who have been a part of this event physically or online for their presence to witness this historic event. Thank you all.
So with that, we conclude this morning session, and we'd like to request all our guests and dignitaries to please proceed for lunch. Thank you very much. It was a wonderful day. Namaste. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. And we request the technical experts from international group and also the people who are involved in ICI to assemble back for the technical session on ICI at 2, sharp at 2. Yes.
बाकी सब लोग के अकॉर्डिंग
Good afternoon, everybody. So welcome back to the technical session on discussion on interventions and the possible work to emulate on how we can go about ICI. And I would like to request Dr. Robert to begin the discussion. Sir, please.
So yeah, thank you. I hope you enjoyed the lunch as much as I did. I love the desserts. And I thought we had lunch, we have a nice environment, so I put a nice picture frame around this first slide, the rest is less decorative. and we are having this session with you in a kind of a brainstorm. So this health interventions classification that we do have essentially is designed to cover interventions that in Western medicine you have in primary care, secondary care and tertiary care. It includes aspects that relate to nursing, to physiotherapy, to rehabilitation, to surgery, to diagnostics, and also public health interventions like, for example, water safety interventions as a campaign, just to bring a very, very high level thing. So it's really a conceptual framework that covers the whole area of health. And the structure not only of the code but of the classification essentially is what we call targets. So on what is the action carried out? Let's say you deal with something that relates to the liver, for example, and then you say, what is the action? What do you do? Do you cut out a piece, or do you look at it, or do you take a probe, or do you just try to apply some warmth? And then the means is exactly how you do it. Do you open the body? Do you just walk externally? So this kind of structure we do have there. And if we think about adding traditional medicine interventions, the point would be to add this there. For each of these targets, we have axes. So, for example, as target, you can imagine as definitely the anatomy of the body. Then there's also mind functions there. And the question then would be, for example, are we other targets that are not captured by the traditional ones? Such things can be added. The same for the actions, what we have, if we talk about manual therapy and massage, is it only the physical impact of the movement of the fingers that does something to the body, or is there more to it? And we had a discussion yesterday with Stefan also, who was saying, yeah, but if you are in certain traditional medicine, there's also an additional component. I fail to remember the non-physical part of it, where I say, yeah, but if the common parts we can reflect, we can add additional codes that you can combine so that you can have this. Or for acupuncture, I think there was the point that some groups say if you put it in, it has to be painful. Others say it doesn't have to be painful. The other one group says if you put it in, you have to turn it clockwise. The others will say no, you have to turn it in counterclockwise. We don't know what is best. We just can say, okay, then let's have acupuncture and the acupuncture point, and then we add an additional code where people can choose what additional method they did, like with pain, without pain, or with turning clockwise, counterclockwise, so we can capture this without ending up with a million of codes of combinations that are possible. That wouldn't make probably sense if you think you want to analyze the data. So that's a little bit the structure of the code, and And here you have an example, for example, coming just from the clinical side. So you have, for example, the palatine tonsil, then the excision total, and through the mouth per orifice. And so this is what a tonsillectomy would be, dissected into bits and pieces. And one can also imagine different ways for different diseases. And here you see exactly, we have also these definitions. So the same as you may have seen from the work in the ICAT, from the work that we did for the diagnosis. So we always have a title, we may have a definition, we say what are terms that relate to this and what needs to be distinguished from that. So all these things we can do there. Now, I've been looking a little bit as a non-expert, what are the broad treatment approaches between different medicines? And so here we have three different ones, and the question is, how different are the approaches? Are there communalities that would allow us to have this? And so first one is, for example, just straightforward taken from TCM, not from Module 1. The next one, I think, is the approaches for SIDA. I was wondering whether I have to wear a helmet because I'm not an expert and things may be not accurate and people may be a little bit upset. Please don't. And then we have here Western medicine. And if you look at this, let's say from a high level, there are communalities, but as we know from the work also in the diagnostic part, the devil may lay in the detail. But looking at this, it doesn't look impossible to do this within the framework and not have a separate module, but address the therapies. And for example, if we have here, if we have here, for example, reshaped. Okay, something like target action means you see there targets. We have the vertebral column, the thoracic intervertebral disc, a lot of nice things, and we also have the lumbar vertebral column. Then action, what do you do? Mobilization. In that case, eventually is one approach, and then you have how do this externally. You don't go into the body for this. And so you can, for example, that way have mobilization of lumbar spine described. That's an existing code there. So this is just straightforward taken from Western medicine, but one can imagine that with a similar approach, maybe many things that are done in traditional medicine to the body can be reflected as well. Why am I saying this? Because the reason why we choose one or the other way to interact with the human body and the non-physical part of the human being is the theory that we have for the diagnosis. But the target is a human body and the non-physical part of the human body. And that's the same no matter what medicine type you adhere to. And that's why I was just saying we have the methods, multiple methods and theories on why you need to know how to address a problem that some patient has. And then we have one human body and non-body part of the human. And so then essentially, why do we need different ichis? Maybe we just need one ichi, and the challenge or the discussion will be, can this be done? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities that are there? And how best can we embark on this? Because one thing is very clear, in order to have a complete information system, you need interventions. There is no question to be coded. And the more different ways we have to code things, the more problems we embark when we analyze. And as I say, as the theories for underpinning disease are different between the Module 1 diagnosis, the Module 2 diagnosis, and the Western diagnosis, or there are areas of overlap, the question is, as the target is one, do we need really totally different intervention classifications? So this is the thing that I just want to put in the room. This is not a decision. This is for discussion and to trigger also your thinking, to understand a little bit what we have, what the ideas are currently, and to really get your feedback, what it is. But when you give the feedback, think about the first stage of the development of the Module 2, where I think there was the idea, oh, it's all different, and when looking at the details, it was not eventually different enough to always justify having different codes. So similar things eventually can apply in the intervention side, well knowing that interventions is much more challenging, that diagnoses are stable, but maybe methods for intervention may also evolve over time. I don't know how this is in traditional medicine, but in Western medicine, those of you who practice this as well, you know there is a very high dynamic in this. So I'll stop with this here, and the core question in the room is really to do brainstorming. We are not taking decisions today. We want to use your brains. I know it's a bad time after lunch, but still. So, over to you, and I think, Nenad, you were to chair the session. Overhead.
Yeah, so perhaps, are there any immediate questions or comments to Robert's presentation now? Or any reflections? I think this.
So the thing that I was trying to convey in the message is that for the interventions, as we don't have different bodies and different non-physical parts of the body, is it necessary to have modules for the intervention? So that's the thing that I try to show in an example that at least gives some feelings of similarity or maybe difference, to say, is this really necessary? From my side, looking at this, I would think rather not, but I'm not an expert in the traditional medicines that you are practicing, and that's why I say we want to do some brainstorming here, because you know much better than any of us.
And as you know, from the ICI has mainly 3 axes. So we have the target, we have the action, and we have the means. Now, when we look at the axis, of course, as Robert said, we are basically focusing on the human body, and what the body can do is you have body functions, you have body structures, you have what the body is, activities and participation. So the axis is basically mirrored in terms of what we call ICF domains, which are derived from the International Classification of Functioning. So we don't expect from the outset that there will be any difference there. When it comes to going into specific aspects where there will be some kind of variation, will be most likely in the part of the means, and we have to see also with regard to the actions. But again, there we are basically again starting from high-level categories of therapeutic interventions, diagnostic intervention, etc., around the health promotion, treatment and rehabilitation paradigm. So that is something to also consider. But I think the most important step, as we have known also from the work when we started the diagnostic classification, is that we have a good understanding of what is the current state of play, what is the current practice in the countries. And that's why we wanted to start with this, reflections and ask the country representatives who are here to really show us what is, when we are talking about TM interventions, what exactly are we talking about? I mean, what are the categories which in the service provisions in your country are currently provided? Some of you have actually went further and started mapping them into the ICI framework, which will be interesting to look at. And that will be, just a kind of cursory review and insight. But of course, that will be done in a much more systematic way, as we did for TM2, and having a kind of comprehensive situation analysis and assessment of the current state of play, the knowledge and the practice in each country, that we also understand what are the use cases for what this current categorization which is there is used. as Robert alluded to, we have, of course, the classical and I think more prominent use in the context of reimbursement, insurance setting, clinical practice, etc., statistical reporting at national level, how does it look internationally? So there are many of these kind of questions, and that will be, I think, the first step so that we have a good understanding of what is the universe we are talking about from each country perspective, and then slowly but steadily and incrementally building the kind of skeleton of what then will become eventually the kind of draft of what we would call ICHI TM categories with their index, which goes through the different stages, but it will be part of ICHI, integrate, so that we don't go down that kind of module approach for the reasons which we mentioned earlier. So with that in mind, let us proceed perhaps with the first presentation, and I will ask, I think, Akib, if you can give us your reflections from Bangladesh. We start in alphabetical order. I think the presentations are, yeah, we can. And as we said, please feel free to ask questions, to discuss. This is a brainstorming exercise, so let's leave the formalities aside. But Geeta, you want?
Yeah, like this is a question. In fact, the question is it a possibility, Robert and Nenad, that we could have, like in the ICD, there are terminologies for the diagnostic terminologies as well as for diseases as well as then for patterns. Like there are two different categories there. So similarly, do we have a possibility of having a category in the regular ICHI classification and then few chapters, sub-chapters or additional chapters for specific traditional medicine interventions? Because I can explain to you, because when you say the ICHI is based on target, action, and means. If the target is not a physical body, or what is considered as a physical body in normal anatomy, and is considered as something which is understood in a very specific medical system, then how do you target and how do you find a comparison of the target in the clinical procedure that you are doing? Like it's very difficult to align it with the targets of other normal modern medical clinical procedures. For example, in the context of Ayurveda, and I know that in the context of Siddha as well as in Unani, physical body itself is understood a little different than the way in which modern medicine understands anatomy and physiology. So in Ayurveda, Unani as well as in Siddha, please correct me if I am wrong, but as well as Ayurveda is concerned, it is a functional anatomy that's being explained. So sometimes things are seen as a tissue level of organization, which of course is in Siddha also, and then interventions are for the particular tissue. It is not it is not exactly like what you would say that you have cancer in the breast, and you focus on breast cancer or in the tissue of the breast cancer. It's not like that. It is slightly different. It is spread across the body, and it is identified by the function it does. It is not identified by the location where it is. It's actually wherever it's there in the body, its function, it's considered to be that tissue. So it's a little bit of difficulty. For example, there is a intervention called as rasayana, which means you are treating a group of channels in the body, which of course is not understood by modern medicine to say that, okay, which channels, where are you going to put this treatment into, where are you going to classify them into? Because if your target is a channel from an Ayurvedic perspective or even from a Siddha perspective, then where do you put it? So the first question, we cannot classify that under the target, and probably we can classify that in the action, but not in the target, because we are targeting the same body, but understanding that body is different.
So that's the charm of the ICHI, that we have a list of targets, but this list is not finite. So that needs to be clear. and let's say, for example, in the mental health section, we have non-physical parts. Of course, that's an understanding of the Western medicine. I know well that, let's say, in China we may have a qi that is relevant. You have in Ayurveda other things that are the non-physical part or different targets. So these lists can be expanded. But that's exactly the thing where I was just saying there may be things where you can share the target and other things where you cannot share the target because it's different. And the same may apply for the means and the same may apply for the actions. Yeah, so that things can be added there. That's not the big problem. The point is, can we frame things so that it fits in, and we'll have the same and we would have similar discussions that we had here for the module for the diagnostic module, where you just say, there are differences between the different systems. How do we capture this? Do we say they don't matter so much, so we just lump it together? Or do we say they matter much? What do we do? Add we then some post-coordination information to add this additional thing? Or do we need an entity? Do we need to expand to further target action means? So that's the point. It's not finite. We are not strictly framed in. On the other hand, if you let's say do a reflex zone massage on the foot, the discussion will be the target may be, I don't know whether the liver is also represented there, whether the target is the liver or whether it's a massage of the foot. So these may be discussions that we may have, but if the target is the liver, probably it should go to liver interventions. Interventions for the liver. So if your channels intervention are for something more than just the channels, that's fine. But if channels is a target by itself, that is a totally different dimension, well, then we have to add it to the targets eventually. Yeah.
Can I give one opinion? Can I? This TM2 is not compared with the modern medicine. It's different. I think this is based in Indosha Dhatu Agni Mala, Manas, Indriya, Buddhi, Atma. I think it's correct. It's not compared with our modern medicine. And then here the physiopathology, pathology, diagnosis are all about Dosha Dhatu Agni Mala. And then it's not compared with modern medicine. For that is correct. I think it's good. We have to increase something, change something, but in this form is a Ayurvedic way. I talk about Ayurveda, not about Unani and Siddha medicine. I don't know this subject, but I think it's not compared with modern medicine. For that, we don't have to take care with this, because it's not only based in pathology and anatomy of modern medicine. And then I think it's the correct way have did here in this new TM2.
Yes, I like that. We can also add that one in line with SAR's explanation. Say, for example, the target may not be always be the physical part, or the subtle things also can be taken as a target. Say, for example, the Annamaya Kosha Pranamaya Kosha can be taken as a target, and then for that the action can be given as a treatment. Let's say, for example, the pranayamam, and what is the purpose we are going to do that, or what is the outcome we are extracting out of the Pranamaya Kosha with the pranayamam. That may be the means. That is the structure. So we can align with that, I think.
Yeah. Dr. Go.
Thank you. Before we go into a further discussion, I just would like to clarify from WHO. I do not know whether WHOs have finalized the ICHI or not. My understanding is in the mid of finalizing, because even the Western medicines, they do not have a standard ICHI to use it. Like in Malaysia, at this moment, we just use the ICD-11 version 9, reversions 9 cm. So that's why we wonder, is there a standard ICHI for Western medicines? Now, if we are just going to implement our TM2, how you say that there is pro and cons for us to look into ICHI. So the best part is ultimately ICHI will help in for pushing traditional medicines into universal health coverage in a holistic aspect, as well as help us in the research. But cons side is, are we ready? This is my concern. Thank you.
So to answer directly to this, and then I have one additional reflection. ICHI, with regard to the three key areas of medical, surgical, rehab, and primary care interventions, is ready for implementation, and countries are using it. The only area where we are currently still working on in terms of making further refinements is the public health interventions, which is a new thing, and where you also deal from a, let's say, data capture perspective with a situation where you are basically talking about not individual interventions, but public interventions, which are directed towards a group of the population rather, and the documentation of this is also very different as compared to performing a particular, let's say, surgery or giving rehab services to a particular patient. So that is something which is still under, let's say, further refinement, but the rest is stable, and it's now also used in a number of countries. The access itself, you find that many modern, for example, in France, in Australia, interventions classification follow this three actual model of having target, action, and means. And we have incorporated also existing interventions classification. So, for example, ICD-9-CM, which is in some countries being used as the procedure classification also for reimbursement purposes, has been integrated in ICHI. It's covered under ICHI, so that particular for countries, because when the US moved to ICD-10, then the maintenance of ICD-9 including CM stopped, so that they have a kind of alternative. So that is also ensured. So you have full coverage of ICD-9 CM domains in ICHI, and there are also maps which we can provide to show this. The other point, picking up on the earlier discussions around, is there something specific for TM in the domain of the target? I would really stress the importance of already familiarizing yourself with the target itself, because what you see there is not only the, let's say, subclassification of body systems, which of course is very Western medicine, but the other novelty is that we have there another subcategory which is opening up all the targets related to what we call activity and participation domains, so which are basically functioning domains in terms of sensory function, in terms of for example, mobility, self-care, domains of life, how you function on a day-to-day basis. And this is very close to what you also from a TM perspective are aiming at. And where we have, from a Western medicine perspective, it has been a domain of rehabilitation. But when you look at health promotion, when you look at prevention intervention, it's very much dealing with functioning. And I think there could be also, it will be very important to explore this from a TM perspective, because a lot of the interventions which are provided vis-a-vis lifestyle are actually looking at the person, not at particularly body system of the person. And this whole notion of looking, Robert showed the human person, of course, that is derived from the ICF in the sense that we are not looking just at the body in terms of physiology or anatomy, but we are looking actually at those, the person as a whole, and how the person functions in day-to-day life, and how the person interacts with his or her environment. So you will also find another axis there vis-a-vis environmental targets and behavioral targets. So that's why it will be very important to have a closer look at this. I mean, this will be very much the exercise we will be going through. Okay, Robert.
I just want to summarize what Nenad said in your response, and the answer is yes. It's ready.
Just an additional question, like what you said. So preventive medicine or promotional interventions will come into behavioral medicine or behavioral interventions?
Yeah, it can be also in the functioning part.
Okay.
In the activity
that's part of the work that then. So these are things that are part of the work that then would be done practically, and say, as you were saying, how can we dissect the existing one into these 3 dimensions or maybe additional supplementary ones? That's one thing. The main thing now is to say, do you think it will be possible, yes and no, and to get a little bit the feeling, what are your worries, what are your feelings, what are the pros, the cons, so that's the thing. Then we will need to start working on this in one way or another, and we will find out, but before we just jump on the project, we want to get a little bit of a feeling there.
Yes, Robert, thank you very much for yours. Clarifications. How you say that? I wonder, because just now you have mentioned public health intervention had yet to be finalized. So that I think traditional medicine has a close relationship with the public health, which is very important. So if have yet to finalize, if we are ready to go, I think that our component in public health will be, how you say, a very key important component there. This is what I think. Thank you.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
Sir, I wish to go with Geeta sir, as in the starting he has asked that we have a pattern as well as disease in ICD. Likewise, we can have in the target action we can have a prevention therapy and also therapeutic procedures. So these, because there are congruences and differences between these 3 systems, and many times when we go into congruences, we have a pre-treatment procedure. Either it may be that is the procedure of Bedi, which we mentioned in Siddha, or the Vamana mentioned in Ayurveda, are all pre-treatment procedures which may also be rejuvenative, so that we can have those type of divisions. And already existing TCM has divisions such as the analytical, diagnostic and therapeutic. I think the diagnostic way also, ASU systems have very specific diagnostic patterns, but they are not mentioned in the ranges. As we say that 120, 80, we don't have a range like that, but we have some very, very different analytical and diagnostic procedures. Those could be classified, and we have a lot of external therapies which may also be a rejuvenative or also be a therapeutic, so that if we could go in the earlier existing style of TCM which is already available in published literature, it could be better.
Well, I think there are in many medicines the interventions that can be on one end diagnostic, on the other end therapeutic. So and that's why also the ICI, for example, doesn't have this kind of strict subdivision, because it doesn't necessarily make sense. The most important thing is, what do you do to the body, why you do it to the body, that you have in the diagnosis. So that's the thing, and that was also one of the strict principles in the ICI, where some people were saying, yeah, can we not have the intervention with the diagnosis, because then it's a little bit different, and saying if you describe what you are doing, then describe what you're doing, and that's different from what you're addressing with what you're doing. So stop here. Back to you.
But I think we are already starting to go into the development phase, which is very good. And so let's perhaps now have, as we planned, the first country presentation from Dr. Kip from Bangladesh, and then we proceed in order and followed by Brazil and the others. So over to you.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Akib Hussain, Director of Director General of Drug Administration. First, I present my PPT. After presentation my PPT, during the 3 countries experience, first is Malaysia, second is Sri Lanka, and third is India. In 3 countries, the social technical problem I have realized, I will tell you. Thank you. Traditional medicine interventions listed in the Unani: hijama, jarakiyat, fosut, which is venetion, kai, vomiting, nutul, that means pouring, and abajan, that means the bath, and dalak, that means the massages. Uses of cases: hijama, cupping, encourage the whole body comfort and relaxation, enhance the blood circulation, remove the toxins from the body. Jarahiyat, surgery, remove the damaged tissue and the obstructions. Fasad, venetions is the body added to the liquid blood faster than the red blood cells, so effectively thinning the blood and so reducing the blood clots. Dalak, massages, relaxations of the pain, reduce the stress, relax, easy anxiety and depression, general weakness. Reporting and reimbursement, working for the development of the mechanism for the financial budget management to build up a referral system of the adjustment with the Western medicine. TM interventional allergy bin Tibar, regimental therapy, target cardiovascular system action. First is diagnosis, second is therapeutics, that is cupping, massaging, pouring, vomiting, bath, etc. And third is managing detoxification of the blood. That is the third. And thank you. Now I let you share one thing that the 3 countries people, the traditional medicine are very much neglected than the Western medicine. In every countries, they told me, even my countries, they are the Western medicine as the Brahman of their countries. And the traditional practitioners are the Kshatriya or Namushaddur of their country. But it should not. I think their syllabus and the other things is the same. But why it is doing, I cannot understand. So WHO and the others should take a plan of action how to develop their dignity and the other things. If not, I have seen there so many ungetting practice their mind. It should be the barrier to develop the traditional medicines. So if even somebody says me, when he was young, when he goes to make marry, maximum ladies are rejected because he is a traditional doctor. It should not, because all are graduate traditional medicine, he is a doctor, and Western medicine also a doctor, but he is neglected. And not only that, he is highly neglected. So, I think WHO should take a action plan to increase the development of their dignity of the traditional medicine doctors. If we can do these things, I hope this section, this TM system will be the very high, go to the very high position. Thank you all. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Just as a clarification, so if we do a ICD or we do an interventions classification, it doesn't mean we endorse a diagnosis, we endorse a professional group, or we endorse a treatment. We just make it possible to count these cases in a standardized fashion so that we can generate the evidence. And praised will be the one who does great things that help people, and the other ones we need to reconsider whether they want to continue on a way that doesn't help people that much. And that's it. Anything else is outside of our scope here. Of course, everybody should be treated with dignity. Thank you.
So we also had, I think in earlier occasions, said if you don't count, you're not counted. And that is exactly the point. I think the professional recognition, which you are rightly pointing out, for TM practitioners comes with a rigor of doing good clinical documentation. That is one way of gaining this. But thanks a lot for these insights, Akib. And any questions from the floor or any reflections for... I think just one comment from my side. I mean, you nicely identified some of the existing high-level, Unani intervention categories. And then you also talked about the use of TM intervention data. You listed primarily looking at reimbursement and reporting. It would be good if you further specify what exactly currently is used. I mean, these categories you are referring to, are they used in for making any kind of financial decisions or not, so that we are clear about what is the current use case. And I think it's important to be honest and frank there. I mean, if they're not used, then they're not used. That's good to know, and maybe we can understand why they are not used. But that will be important as part of this, what we call situation analysis, to understand this better. But in the interest of time, let's move on. And I think if we can have now Brazil. Ruge? Yeah, Akib, you want to?
Yeah.
Is okay? Yes. Okay.
Currently in our country, there is no use any kind of traditional data in our country.
Okay.
But after these things, we are thinking that we first we are write a letter to the, after passing this ICD-11-12, then I write to the secretary and the others men who are involved in these things, and try to involve these things at the root level.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think to increase the nobleness of any profession, you have to show results. Because why the people go noble for someone? Why? And then we have to show results. And then we have some arguments. My decision in my life, because I have 42 years for a medical profession, half with Ayurveda, half before Ayurveda. In the modern medicine, my specialization in intensive care. And then I work with a lot of technology. And my decision is not to criticize systems or modern medicine or anyone, but show what we have to give to increase, to better results than what we have now. And then for that, we have to show our results in Ayurveda. Now we have to have more clinical attainments, and then to put the code. And then we start to have problems in the perfection more of the system. We have to put this system in our computers, in our public systems, and start to attend patients, and after that we see problems, and then we can perfection the system. In our National Policy of Integrative and Complementary Practice in Brazil, in 2017, the government put Ayurveda in the system. Now we have 29 integrative practices in our health system. And I see these numbers and a little bit content with that, because if you have notification, you can see you have 56 in complementary service, 9,300 health establishments in the country, offering 56 of individual and collective care in integrative and complementary practice, 9,350 centers of integrative practice in our country. For me, it's surprised. I didn't know that. In municipalities, 3,024 being present in 100% of the capitals of Brazil. In primary care, 78% of the people attend by integrative practices. Average, 18%. 2 million TCAM practices attended in public health units in UBS in Brazil. More than 1 million traditional Chinese medicine treatments, including acupuncture. 85,000 herbal medicines are given per year in our country. 13,000 of homeopathies. 9 to 6,000 of other integrative practices that do not have their own code for registration with the publication of ordinance. The number 145, 2017 now have. Here have the codes of, we have there, our regulations, and the codes, Ayurveda included in our source code. For example, here, Ayurveda have one number, but for all the treatments of Ayurveda, you have the same code. For example, if I give one consultation, in the same code. If I give one Abhyanga, the same code. If you want complete Panchakarma, the same code. It's the beginning. No? And then now, when I come back to our country, we go to our ministry and start to put this in our public system, in computers. And then all our attendments now, we can put in this new system. The other part is here.
Slides you have there?
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, but in the morning have more slides in the with the.
Yeah, maybe can you go to the morning presentation of Brazil, the other folder?
Sorry for the disturbance.
Yeah. implementation, the Brazil presentation. Go to the country PPT TM. Yeah, this one.
The second?
Yeah. And then Brazil. Yeah.
In Brazil, we practice our foundation do two services in the SUS system, completely free. The treatment and the medicines, everything is free for our part. The government pay for them, but for ours is free. One, this city is Araguari, is near our ashram there. And then we start with some department of mental problems. The patients take 3-4 medicines for different kinds of very serious psychiatry problems. And we start one program in Ayurveda with the modern medicine for 1 year to show how, after 1 year, we reduce the use of modern medicines. For the people to control this is good because they reduce the cost because the government give the medicines. And for the patients, they are very happy because change the life completely with Ayurveda. And then we can start now to put these codes, the new TM2, in our service there. We give yoga and all the procedures of Ayurveda. Here I have one photo from here, from our leading Institute of Ayurveda in Delhi. We are doing together one research about cerebral palsy, including Ayurveda. We have in Brazil one hospital, the unique hospital, I think, in the world, only specialized in cerebral palsy, 156 beds there. And then there we start to put together this new TM2 in the process. We do together one research there with our Indian Institute of Medicine. And another work we have there in the Rio de Janeiro, is a very famous city, in the worst place there, worst in the sense of so much violence and drugs. And we start there one big free work for the peoples with our foundation to treat first the people working in the center, health center there, 150 people. And then we go to the population. Now when we come back, we start to put the same, trying to put this TM2 code in the attainment of these patients there. And then I think this is the form to concretize our work to organize this TM2 in our daily life, in our daily practice, private and public health too. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Ruge. So just perhaps one question from my side. It was very insightful to see the statistics you presented about the service utilization, I think in the second slide. And I was just wondering, and you also showed the codes, which are actually right now in place. And I just wanted to clarify, or to be clear, the statistics you presented, the numbers, are basically possible to generate and aggregate because these codes are used and you can produce and have this from the routine health information system. It's not used through any kind of survey, but you have collected systematically through the health services these statistics. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
And I think this is have more than the sub prescription, the sub statistics. We have more than this number they present here. I present here.
Yeah. Wonderful. And I think that's a very concrete use case of a system which is in place, which is documenting the intervention, which is coding the intervention, and from the coded data you aggregate the information and you produce the reports. So I think it will be very important to build onto this. And I think one of the points you already pointed out was that at the moment it's just one Ayurveda code. And of course you want to have maybe more to understand what exactly is provided in terms of intervention. But I think that's a very good example. Thank you. Okay, then let's move on. And I think we have next. Yeah, is there any question?
Nilad, I have a point. Actually, while doing the ICD work, we started from the clinic, means from the case sheet to the codes. So same approach, if we look at an Ayurveda case sheet today, there will be one diagnosis, there will be some symptoms, then the diagnosis, then there is a treatment part which has some procedures, maybe 1 procedure, 2 procedure, 4 procedures. So can't we take the same approach back there from what is actually written in the case sheet and come back to listing it, which is the most common, and then come back, is there any grouping logic there? Can we do that here also as a starting point?
Well, that's a very valid thing, and I think your approach you're proposing is very reasonable. And you had to have similar things, let's say, also in the Western medicine, where you have interventions, where you correct the transpositions of the big heart vessels. That's an intervention that you do in kind of 10 big steps. And when they try to describe this systematically with one fully meaning phrases, they would end up with 2 lines. So it's not practical. So they would give it a specific label, because in that case it's not feasible. So, but looking at the individual components and then see where, in which cases they are part of the package. Let's say if you think about the removal of the appendix, where you just say, well, cutting open the skin is a necessary step to do this, so you don't need to mention this separately, versus if you do then